Okay. Hi, Boop. Hi, Brian. Welcome. By the way, it's not sweat. It's just the shadow from my mic. Good evening, everyone. Hi, Brian. Hi, Boop. Hi, lurkers. Welcome to the first Digit Hour stream of the year. I have this one in a blue moon, and today is that blue moon. I don't actually know if it's a blue moon today, but yes. How are y'all doing? I hope you're all doing okay. I hope you enjoyed the music intro. A little K-pop, a little city pop, a little Peruvian alternative randomness from my friend, the musician. um, but yeah, today I wanted to cover a couple of articles that I've had uh, open about many different things. Actually, I want this because I'm not sure. Okay, the window is okay. Got it. I just needed to move it. Okay. So first, I want to go over the housing newsletter from Amy from January, because it has like so much information about many things from the housing market, relating that to the duality of, not duality, but like, how do I put it? Relating it to capitalism, you know, how comparing it to the patriarchy and the kind of pedophilic tendencies that Leonardo DiCaprio has for dating 20-year-olds. It's not concerning at all, and I'm glad Hollywood is making everything possible to not to I'm glad everyone in Hollywood is calling out Leonardo DiCaprio constantly, and no one is like turning a blind eye on that, because we love the bourgeoisie. Um, then I wanted to go over some of the proposals, and actually, some of them have already been put in place, put in place. Uh, about the two sessions from China. And lastly, I wanted to read this article about Meet the Oprah of China, who happens to be transgender. I thought this was kind of interesting when I saw it on Twitter earlier this week. I'm not sure how good it's going to be. There, we will probably have to, you know, um, filter through some propaganda from Chinese propaganda, anti-Chinese propaganda, and anti-Korean propaganda. But regardless, I think it's more focusing on her life and her life journey rather than, too much politics. But, it's just a Hollywood reporter, so it would, like, it is to be expected. But yeah, and if at some point, I get like a bit tired or anything, I have this no laugh newsroom ready. This is one of my favorite episodes because so yeah. Let's get started. Oh yeah. I will, like, I won't I will try not to be too loud because it's 11 p.m. right now, not like, you know, your normal time for streaming. But yeah. So, Housing Newsletter by MEC3. The difference between Wall Street's BlackRock and Blackstone, how Airbnb affects New York City's rental market, and Tenant Storytime, the upstate New York landlord from hell. Leonardo DiCaprio. You've probably heard of him. Always the Oscar nominee, never the Oscar winner, except that one time. Although some of his best performances have been unnoticed by the Academy, Leo is undoubtedly one of the most famous actors in the world. He is also known for only dating women significantly younger and less accomplished. This behavior pattern is often considered a red flag when men with less social capital do it. Those who feel inclined to defend Leo may say he can get away with it because he's rich, hot, and famous, and can date whomever he likes. They may even point out that his love interests are at least 18 years old, which means he technically didn't do anything illegal, you know? And we can see a chart here of the age of Leonardo DiCaprio and the ages of his girlfriends, you know? When he was 24, he dated an 18-year-old. When he was 30, he dated a 20-year-old. When he was 38, he dated a 20-year-old. And when he was 43, he also dated a 20-year-old. Haha. Completely normal behavior. And of course, as soon as his girlfriends turned 25, oh, look, change of girlfriend, change of girlfriend, change of girlfriend. Interesting. 3 ill-fated patterns reached Leo's apparent max age limit of 25. Interesting. Oh, look. He started dating a 25-year-old when he was 40. But she was too old, so he stopped dating her, Great. Leo's dating life is, quite frankly, none of our business. Plus, these women chose to date him. So why does this defense of Leonardo DiCaprio feel so personal for many women and femme-presenting people? Because it's impossible to know if the core of this argument supports antiquated gender norms, giving men the power to mistreat women without consequence, or the acknowledgement of marginal societal progress, giving non-men the freedom of self-determination and bodily autonomy in a man's world. Or it's the secret, third option of indifference. Let's be honest, this discourse is only occurring because there's been a shift in public consciousness regarding the dangers of power imbalances that have changed how some perceived Leonardo DiCaprio's dating life. This surface level shift can be attributed to what Elaine Brown calls bourgeois feminism, challenging the patriarchal organization of society without confronting the consequences of white cultural hegemony.
I can recall also, I don't know whether we participated in it, but there was something about the showers. We brought in these mobile bathrooms or showers or something. And I think we also, no one ever says this, but I'm pretty sure we had some security people there because we were pretty rough and we didn't play. And so I think we had some security. I mean, people have the idea that there was just this guy, Brad, and we provided some, food. And I must say that the food we provided was really good food and was hot food. And it was beautifully cooked. I mean, it wasn't, junk food. It wasn't snacks and, whatever. It was really good food, and everybody was happy. And I presume we had plates there, because I remember people always going over there during the day and the evening, because we fed more than one meal. It wasn't just.
Who cooked the food?
No, we probably cooked it at the school. We had a big school on 65th and East 14th Street in Oakland.
Interesting.
And we had a huge kitchen there. And we knew the kitchen was perfect because the health department ran through there every 5 minutes trying to find one thing wrong with our school. We fed our children 3 meals a day, so it probably wasn't going to be hard for us to just add some more food to that. The meals that we were feeding kids. We had kids from as young as 2 to, in the school up to about, 12. And then after school, we had teen programs, and a lot of people came for dinner. So we always, at that school, were making breakfast, lunch, and dinner anyway. And so there's probably an easy way to we had a big kitchen there, really big.
And who actually did the cooking?
I mean, I ran the Black Panther Party at that time. I mean, everybody had their jobs and their assignments. There was a woman probably named Carol Granison. She was probably the nutritionist that always, because our kids ate very well. Back in the day, we're talking about 1970 something. And so our kids would think of yogurt as dessert, which you cannot imagine in the Black community how.
This is like so wild how like all the care and thought that the Black Panthers put into feeding children, and contrast that to what children are currently being fed. And on top of that, how the programs for feeding children are being cut, you know? It is truly outstanding. The cruelty and disgust that the US has to the working class, to poor people, you know? And every time someone or a group of people have dared to try to do something against that cruelty and horribleness, they've always decided to kill them, you know?
How really advanced, or whatever we could say if it is advanced.
Or at the very least destroy them, you know?
And so our kids would think of yogurt as dessert, which you cannot imagine in the Black community how really advanced, or whatever we could say if it is advanced. Or they would think of, a stick of celery with peanut butter on it as a real treat. So, and then we had our own garden there. We grew some vegetables, broccoli and something, lettuce, what have you. So, I mean, the kids grew it, and we ate that food. So we had very, very, very great focus. Remember, the Black Panther Party, as I said, we gave away food. We did breakfast programs. We understood that food was a fundamental right and a fundamental necessity, obviously. So it wasn't difficult. We had cooks. So, I mean, whoever was cooking in the kitchen cooked the food. Yeah. It was not myself, because I can't cook even as we speak.
You'll be amused to know one of the people we interviewed said, Elaine Brown cooked all the food.
Who was that?
I don't remember. It was somebody that just sort of said, oh, she probably did it. It was somebody in the...
No, we had a massive operation. Yeah. We had a school. People, that must not have been anybody in the Black Panther Party, because first of all, anybody that knows me knows one thing about me: I cannot cook at all. And I mean, I'm talking about serious flaws in cooking. Like, I'm going to cut my thumb if I cut an onion or something, seriously.
But would it have been women mostly?
No. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? That's what women say. They always think the Black Panther Party was some kind
Wow, not the sexism.
of chauvinist entity. They fail to remember that NAACP, SNCC, there was no progressive organization, there was no Black organization that had any women in leadership except the Black Panther Party.
Yeah.
Now, why is it that people would think women would cook? As a matter of fact, the chief cook was a guy named Russell, whatever his last name was, I can't think of.
Oh, great, yeah.
And the chief cook at our lamppost was a guy named Mojo. Right. I mean, so why would we think that? It's insulting to me, because people think the Black people, that we had some kind of animalistic thug boys and that all the women were bitches in the kitchen. No, it was not like that. But it calls that stereotype. Yeah. So I'm checking it now, so that you have a consciousness that I hear that. I hear people criticize the Black Panther Party all the time. Oh, it wasn't a part. It was, it was chauvinist. Oh, excuse me. Is the world not? You know, a country that's not a patriarchy? Tell me which one it is.
Literally.
Yeah, I just wanted
Literally.
you to clarify that for us.
I know, but that question wouldn't have come up if you hadn't thought that only women would be cooking.
I didn't think that, but other people have said that, so I just really, you're the only source of.
Who has said what?
Well, it's just like the general conversations sometimes that you.
Who are these people that say these things?
Why?
Just in my research and talking to people, it's not that anybody thinks that necessarily, but those are the questions I've been asked.
But this is a question of women. This is a question that women ask, and mostly so-called feminists of the Gloria Steinem ilk, or whatever they now want to call themselves, the third wave, second wave, whatever wave they are. And this is a very bourgeois feminist notion, because they always think that we have to get out of the kitchen. And you know what Black women said? You know what my mother said when they had to get out of the kitchen and into the street? Yeah, I'd like to get out of the kitchen, your kitchen.
Yeah.
And it didn't even occur to these Betty Friedens and
Yeah, holy shit, interviewer just take the grief, like how the interviewer got like super like, no, I didn't mean it, and it's like that's like that's like such 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 a white response, like getting defensive or like criticism or constructive criticism, honestly. She even gave her an out, literally, like today earlier today Marcus was saying if you want to rile up a white person, you have to call them the R word. The R word being racist. I was literally dying because I was like, okay, first of all, you cannot say that because people out here be using the R slur, the ableist R slur. So as much as it's a good joke, Marcus, and it is true, you cannot say that. But also true though, and there's such a great example of that. You call out someone's whiteness and they just get defensive and they never let it go.
and whatever her name is, former CIA agent Bunny, and it didn't even occur to these Betty Friedens and whatever her name is, former CIA agent
That guy would
Bunny,
be for real though.
Gloria Steinem. I mean, she admits that she worked for the CIA, so it's not something Elaine is making up, okay? She talks about it, and she was also a Playboy Bunny. And Gloria Steinem and
Look, I don't know why she felt the need to mention that she was a Playboy bunny. Probably because of the money that it gives you. I want to hope. But regardless of that, Gloria Steinem did work for the CIA. And I'm not sure if she regrets it or says it with pride. But yeah, second wave feminism is a scam for the most part.
and the Betty Friedan, that group, those are the kinds of people that constantly
Like as a movement, not as an ideology, in theory. And even then, like it's weird because like it's like I hate how people just freely and openly talk about like second wave feminism, second wave US feminism, may I add? Okay. Because like that in that wave, I mean, POC women had realized that from like the first wave in the US. But even then, like that was like the breaking point for women of color to say, okay, these white women are just white supremacists and we cannot work with them. So we have to make our own movement separate from these white women, you know? So yeah. And not even that, like there are so many like there was so much. How do I explain this? The second wave, the second wave of feminism was so politically charged, and it infuriates me when I just hear people mention it freely without like truly understanding how political it was. Like beyond the women's rights, which obviously is inherently political in the patriarchal system, you know, like there were so many connections of like the patriarchy with capitalism, with the system, with white supremacy, you know. So it's like I hate it when people just reduce it to Roe v. Wade, bodily autonomy, and it's like there is so much not nuance, but there is so much more complexity to all those ideas that were being developed. And I hate it when liberals or even conservatives just throw it like use it as a throwaway line to make themselves like look knowledgeable when in reality it's like you truly don't fucking understand second wave feminism and all the contradictions that wave manifested in the movement, you know? But yeah. Like not even just in the feminist movement, but in the leftist movement as a whole. But yeah. Sorry.
So she worked for the CIA, so it's not something Elaine is making up, okay? She talks about it, and she was also a Playboy bunny. And Gloria Steinem and the Betty Friedan, that group, those are the kinds of people that constantly said, oh, the Black Panthers were chauvinists, so I didn't want to be in it. So I go, okay, fine, well, what group are you in? Because you denounced the woman that became Roe, and she said she didn't accept third trimester abortion.
Damn.
I'm finished.
Damn. She literally just said that. She went there and we stand. Like, holy shit, calling these white feminists out.
Proselytizing on this. I just want to make clear that who cooked the food, like what? What difference does it make? We thought of ourselves as an organization. If you had a job to do, you had an assignment. We were a paramilitary organization in the sense that people did not vote on what you did or what you didn't do. If you could cook, you would be.
Look, also, hi, Moro, welcome. Look, white people, white gonna white, you know? So, but yeah, since I became since I started interacting in like leftist spaces online, every single time someone would mention the Black Panther Party, there would always be a comment saying, "Oh, but they were sexist. Oh, but they didn't. There weren't many women. They treated women badly. Like a lot of bullshit like that." And it's like mind blowing to me, because when you go like through the history of the Black Panther Party, like it was so like it's wild the positions that women held within the organizations. Like in my experience, the agency was completely different from its image. It was liberal, non-violent, and honorable. Gloria Steinem. Oh my god. Okay, isn't this like a slur? Maybe it's like a slur for like brown people, so it doesn't really affect her. But from my understanding, this word is some kind of slur. So, but I'm not sure. Gloria Steinem's new book, My Life on the Road, recounts her life's journey and travels early as she profiles revealing incredible details, very breaking. What is often missed or mischaracterized, however, is the work she did as a CIA agent. Snyder was okay, what does this mean? A spy. Got it. I thought it was just a common term for intelligence agents. Interesting. I'm just mentioning it because there was a time where Audemont like prevented this word from going through chat, and I asked someone, wait, is this a slur? And someone told me that it was, but I don't remember about what. But yeah. And I remember being in chat like I thought it was like, ooh, it was scary, it was like spooky, but yeah. CIA agents are tight-lipped, but Steinem spoke openly about her relationship to the agency in the 1950s and 60s after a magazine revealed her employment by a CIA front organization. Wait, the agency, it was liberal, non-violent, and honorable? Oh my god. Steinem's personal views on the CIA and CIA political goals aligned. Her brand of social revolution, promoted by American tax dollars, was meant to counter Soviet-sponsored revolutionary messaging. Oh my fucking god. Drone launch bombs carry subtle American messages to today's targets. CIA was idealistic and self-serving. Oh my fucking god. This is disgusting. Okay. Thank you. It was a common term. For context, she worked for the CIA Front Org Independent Research Service, so maybe she never had interaction with the actual agency. Interesting. Got it. I mean, still, but yeah. She was doing the work with student groups, and the CIA had their hands all over those moments. I mean, they literally just mentioned they were literally like paying her. So like, whether or not she was like receiving blood money. So, yeah.
Organization. If you had a job to do, you had.
Also, hi Harley, welcome. Some groups of people I went to school with used to refer to people of color at night because they're just floating. I mean, it's like I've heard the same jokes, in high school. So, yeah. It's like it's so wild how when you're in high school, like you are just not aware. And even then there are people who just don't become aware ever in their lives, But it's like children get so desensitized to some things at such a young age nowadays that they cannot like truly grasp and understand the violence that some things can carry, Like not even like just talking about like social stuff, but like even war, When you're young, I mean I'm still young, but still. When you're like that young and you see war as this like hypothetical, outlandish, it's not happening to me, it's over there thing, It's like you don't actually think about it. You don't actually understand what war means. Like when US people study Martin Luther King or like the 60s in school, like it's not just the fact that it is completely whitewashed, and completely sanitized and revision to the nth degree, but it's also how like they don't understand all the violence that black people were going through, and because it's put into a historical perspective in as the past, they are almost made purposefully unaware of how much violence continues to exist in the US for black people. You know, I guess since BLM, I mean, you know, I guess since BLM, you could argue that young people are more socially aware, but I don't see like that happening up until after high school, because like people in high school, especially white guys in high school, are like so inside their bubble, you know, and because of toxic masculinity, they just want to prove themselves tough and oh my god, I don't care, oh, you know, and so it's like basically impossible to get to them, and it's until they burst that bubble of ignorance that they can start to realize all of those how violent all of those behaviors are, you know. But yeah, it's like it's wild the process that one goes through. But yeah.
On this. I just want to make clear, I'm finished proselytizing on this. I just want to make clear that who cooked the food, like what? What difference does it make? We thought of ourselves as an organization. If you had a job to do, you had an assignment. We were a paramilitary organization in the sense that people did not vote on what you did or what you didn't do. If you could cook, you would be cooking. If you could handle a gun, you would be handling a gun. Most women could not handle guns like men could, although all of us were trained on weapons, okay? So if you want to ask me about the internal workings of the Black Panther Party, then we can ask that. But when you start, then that's a separate conversation. Yeah. But we're talking about the position that we were the only black organization that took that. Where were the Weather Underground when you went into when we occupied the building? Do you know? Yeah. SDS, the little People's Park people. Where were they? Where was the SCLC, NAACP, Africa, the Freedom, whatever it is, Africa, New Republic of Africa. Where were all those groups? So here you have an organization that had such an understanding of revolution in America that it actually participated and understood the connection and didn't care about the majority of the people there were white. So where was the Native American? Where was AIM? Where was the Puerto Ricans? I don't know. We were there. Now you're going to question me about who cooked the food. What difference does it make to you who cooked the food? That's my point.
Right, yeah. No, that's great.
Actually, it's very important because if only women cook the food, I can call you sexist, and then I can just say that we should never talk about the Black Panther Party ever, you know? So it actually serves my anti-communist talking points. So like, yeah, you should answer my question, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Great, you really clarified.
I'm sorry to be, but I have to tell you, because we have to know this stuff. What difference does it really make who cooked the food? Yeah. The Black Panther Party delivered it every day, and if I remember, it was like 2 runs. I didn't do that. I was the chairman of the Black Panther Party. I was running everything. I was running, in 77, I was running Lionel Wilson's campaign. We had a big garbage problem that we had. We were trying to develop garbage. We had all kinds of other issues that we were working on. This was one of the issues that we were involved in, one of them. And we put our people where they were assigned to be, and they knew to do it. Nobody said, oh, let's see.
Wait, assigned? But that's like authoritarian. What do you mean? Assigned? Wow, these tankies oppressing the people in their own organizations. I can't believe it.
I shouldn't cook because I'm a woman. What do you think? No, it didn't go down like that. If I said, and if the people under me said, and everybody that was under me, and the only one who wasn't under me was Huey P. Newton. He was in Cuba. So what went on the day-to-day operations of the Black Panther Party, we had a central committee. And so who did the newspaper, who sold the papers on that corner, I didn't deal with that. I don't know who sold those newspapers, per se, because they had people over them. And then I was over those people. You know, it went like that. Okay, I'm finished. But now you have a perspective, because the Black Panther Party was a paramilitary organization. And unlike that's why we got stuff done. We didn't have people sitting around having dialogue about what do you feel? And how do you feel? We didn't care how you felt. You either make a commitment to this or not. We'll listen to what you think is a good strategy, but it's not based on how you feel. It's based on what is going to be a correct strategy to create revolutionary change in America. Now, did we fail? Obviously, we did, because the party is over. But our tenets and our strategies, I think, are valid. I mean, the FBI came down on us. They didn't come down on Ed Roberts, They came down on the Black Panther Party. And this was one of the reasons, because we connected all these people up to a revolutionary ideology.
This is why without ideology, you ain't going nowhere, And I hate how people to this fucking day don't understand that. And this is why, like, personally, this is why is like this is why personally, when people talk about solidarity between Marxists or Marxist-Leninists, let's just cut to the fucking chase. Solidarity between Marxist-Leninists and anarchists. Like, we can work together in some things, Like, we can work together in direct action. We can work together in, like, certain strategic actions. But at the end of the day, it will quite literally be impossible to have an organization that wants to do actual radical systemic change that can host both ideologies, because I don't want to get into, like, the specifics, but ultimately, like, these two ideologies have differences, and those differences are the things that would ultimately break an organization, So, as much as I and everyone, to be completely honest, should be willing to work with other ideologies for certain specific actions and projects and, changes to be made in a community, there will always be a point where the ideologies will clash, and that is lethal for an organization, Like, because in that moment when the ideologies clash, there will have to be a side that has to budge in, a side that will have to give up their values for the sake of for the sake of solidarity, and like, up to what point that can work, I don't know, because to add on to that, because historically that has never happened, that has never happened. Like, you can see, like, anarchists and Marxists working together in certain organizations throughout the global north, throughout the imperial core. Why? Because those organizations are doing, like, very specific things, very specific projects, very specific actions that are not necessarily ultimately revolutionary, They are making their communities better. They are making, again, like, a specific, finite, limited actions, but that ultimately they won't, or they might not, like, ideally it should, but it might not be a permanent change, but yeah. Sorry for the anarchist rant. Also, thank you for a follow. Welcome, Jay Fair. Good evening. Gloria Steinem, feminists advocating only for a world where white women are equal to white men. When holding individual abusers of power accountable for their actions, cancel culture's facade only goes so far. Especially when a collective, fortified acceptance of these power imbalances for maintaining societal order remains firmly in place. No social movement has reached beyond the exterior of white men and male-dominated spaces to challenge the existing systems upholding these positions of power into place. As a result, men hold an unfair amount of social, political, and economic strengths by design. After all, they were the ones who made the rules in the first place. The self-proclaimed right to appropriate, steal, land is among the most destructive of these patriarchal powers. Most systemic inequalities today originate from the barbarous land use decisions. Most systemic inequalities today originate from the barbarous land use decisions of the past. Unless there's another way to explain how a militarized federal colonial state founded on genocide, slavery, and monopolized political power for land and property owners came to elect a bigoted, pussy-grabbing real estate mogul as president through a legal pay-to-play lobbying scheme known as the democratic process. That is a sentence, and I love that sentence. I'm going to reread this paragraph because the self-proclaimed right to appropriate, steal, land is among the most destructive of these patriarchal powers. Most systemic inequalities today originate from the barbarous land use decisions of the past. Unless there's another way to explain how a militarized settler colonial state founded on genocide, slavery, and monopolized political power for land and property owners came to elect a bigoted, pussy-grabbing real estate mogul as president through a legal pay-to-play lobbying scheme known as the democratic process. Whew. Laws governing land ownership in the United States are deeply rooted in John Locke's theory of property rights, in which individuals may acquire and control material resources as one's natural right. Over time, the right to steal land and generate wealth through land ownership evolved into a slate of property rights to form a social construct known as landlord-tenant relationship. The right to housing was not afforded to United States citizens, only the right to generate wealth through land ownership. As far as property owners are concerned, they are merely exercising their right to force tenants into a binding contract if they want shelter. Which they do, because housing is a universal necessity. Since landlords are the dominant party in this contract, they lay the ground rules for tenancy, including rental prices. If the subordinate party can't keep up with the end of the bargain, the landlord has the right to remove them from the property. The renter class is aware of the implications when rental contracts are broken. Therefore, we submit to unequal arrangements, not necessarily because of an acceptance of a power imbalance, but to avoid homelessness. As a result, the commodification of shelter is rarely challenged in contemporary mainstream housing discourse, much less the imbalanced landlord-tenant relationship. The capitalist land-owning class reaping the benefits of rent collection is as American as apple pie. What's new, however, is the unsettling emergence of billion and trillion dollar companies on Wall Street investing in residential real estate. These acquisitions include single-family homes traditionally built for ownership, now converted into rental units. What many see as the natural progression of capitalism converging with the land ownership rights is a $1 trillion land and power grab in the making. All thanks to the very legal system of finance capitalism. Financialization is when financial institutions or markets, private equity firms, corporations, financiers, or Wall Street increase in size and influence. This influence includes financial institutions' control over goods and services simply for having the capital to buy, sell, and trade these goods in our global market-based economic system. The financial industry capitalizes on the scarcity of natural and material goods by treating these resources as commodities. This includes land and property development required for housing production. This is such a good article. 2017 Special Rapporteur Leilani Farah highlighted how the financialization of housing and its detrimental impact on the right to adequate housing. Housing and real estate markets worldwide have been transformed by global capital markets and financial excess. Known as the financiation of housing, the phenomenon occurs when housing is treated as a commodity, a vehicle for wealth and investment, rather than a social good. From mass forced evictions to make way for luxury departments, to nameless corporations purchasing real estate from remote boardrooms to empty homes and people pushed out of their communities because they simply could not afford to live there. The repercussions have been felt across the globe. Damn. And honestly, this is something I think a lot of people don't realize. 2007, 2008 didn't just affect the US, it truly affected the entire world. And because people don't see the fundamental connection between land owning and capitalism, because they think that in capitalism, because it is a post-feudal system, the commodification of land isn't literally the key part of capitalism. People do not understand how important is to have this analysis to understand the landlord-tenant relationship, right? And because this relationship ultimately is so fundamental to capitalism, the moment a crisis happens in quite literally the richest world, in the country that has hegemonic dominance over the world, it will affect not just the global economy, but it will quite literally affect the housing markets across the globe. It will affect the landlord-tenant relationships across the globe. It will deepen those contradictions in the most negative way for the tenants. The perils of this housing market continue to be featured in publications like The Atlantic or Vox, daring to say that maybe it's good that we have a new wave of capital investors helping to secure more housing construction or more institutional sponsors participating in the mortgage-backed security market to ameliorate risk exposure for the rest of the asset class. The perils of this housing market continue to be featured in publications like The Atlantic or Vox, daring to say that maybe it's good that we have a new wave of capital investors helping to secure more housing construction or more institutional sponsors participating in mortgage-backed security markets to ameliorate risk exposure for the rest of the asset class. This defense of Wall Street This defense of Wall Street could is often chalked up to outlets just doing their job to capture the angle of why highly leveraged institutional investors propped up by too big to fail banks might not be as bad as we think. A headline from Vox said Wall Street isn't to blame for the chaotic housing market, and this is why fuck Vox. Just kidding. I mean, sometimes they have good. Are they the ones that sometimes have good content? I don't know. If it's US mainstream media, it's probably bad. There is something incredibly unsettling about these publications telling us that Wall Street owning 25% of the entire residential housing market isn't a big deal. Are these journalists honoring antiquated property rights laws, showing gratitude that there is any housing at all, or the secret third thing of indifference because they've already locked in a 30-year fixed rate mortgage? Because established journalists and other members of the professional managerial class are likely unaffected bystanders of the corporate landlord power imbalance, they appear dismissive of the fact that Wall Street is destroying the tradition of land and property ownership, putting smaller landlords out of business, and extracting as much wealth from the renter class as possible. Some go so far as to defend these corporate landlords and their financiers because, like Leo dating a 19-year-old, they are not technically doing anything illegal. I love how she turned this around. Like, so good, Amy. Corporate landlords rose from the ashes of the subprime mortgage market collapse. Because of the economic setbacks of the Great Recession, land speculators and developers were apprehensive about future investments and development for the millennial generation. Builders focused on where they were likely to generate the most profits: luxury multifamily housing in the cities and large 5+ bedroom single-family homes in the suburbs. Financing new and exciting homes through traditional lending became increasingly difficult after 2008, but congressional regulations only applied to FDIC insured banks, not SEC regulated entities on Wall Street. While no one was looking, Wall Street brokers and money managers formed a new asset, a class known as the single-family rental market. National Multifamily Housing Council, 50 largest apartment owners. Damn. this is a. I don't know if I can. Private equity firms like Blackstone Group began to purchase foreclosed homes lost in the collapse of the subprime mortgage market. Blackstone then sold these mortgages as a bundled security to investment banks like JP Morgan, who divided and sold these securities as smaller bonds or shares on another secondary market to asset management groups like BlackRock Inc. That is like so fucked up. It's like they are literally moving the money between themselves. Although this accumulation of single family rental units had been relatively quiet, corporate landlords made their dominance over the single family buyers market a little more apparent in 2020 when the cost of borrowing debt was at an all-time low. The steep decline in mortgage interest rates meant a larger contingent and interested home buyers qualified. I'm sorry. The steep decline in mortgage interest rates meant a larger contingent of interested home buyers qualified for a mortgage. But institutional investors weren't necessarily taking advantage of the low interest rates. Many Wall Street firms outbid non-institutional competitors, sometimes 6 figures above the asking price with cash. What? Texas, Georgia, Oklahoma, and Alabama had the highest fraction of purchases by institutional buyers. Damn. Like, Texas is such a fucked up state. Like, there are so many reasons why Texas is such a fucked up state. This is just yet another one. 28% of purchases by institutional buyers. Institutional buyers, by the way, are basically all of these companies. MMA, Equity Residential, Dominion, Hateman, Bridge Investment Group. Oh my god. Security Properties, disgusting. Literally disgusting. Is BlackRock here? Oh yeah. Texas is petit bourgeoisie heaven indeed. Like, I don't know how leftists live there. Like, I mean, to be fair, like, some people can't move, they were born there, etc. Like, they cannot change some things, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know how they, like, are alive, be living there. Not even just in a FBI going to kill you sense, but just in a, how can you live with yourself, with the values that you hold in such a horrible place, Like, in June 2021, a congressional panel investigating the business practices of corporate landlords during COVID-19 found that 4 of the largest groups were accused of using deceptive procedures to trick people out of their apartments, a concept known as a self-help eviction. Par for the course, since a 2017 report from the Federal Reserve of Atlanta had already found that institutional investors turned landlords evict tenants at a higher rate than individual investors known as mom and pop landlords. Interesting. Interesting. Corporate evictions 2019 to 2021, publicly traded institutional investors. Damn, and it's like almost like, I mean, it's not like a one-to-one, but it's still like highlighted in a lot of the red zones, right? Because see how, what is this state? New Mexico. How New Mexico appears blue, light blue here, and there's no circle here, but there is a huge circle in Arizona and Georgia and Tennessee. Well, in Georgia more than anything, but yeah, and even then, Tennessee is like at 11%, which is not nothing, you know. Source: the private equity stakeholder project. Scathing as these reports are, major publications found a way to water down corporate landlords' negative impact on the rental housing market, especially for lower income residents of color. From The Hill, House Democrats pin blame on corporate landlords for rising rental costs. Quote, Democratic lawmakers at House Financial Services subpanel Tuesday blamed private equity firms for the predatory purchasing of single-family homes in bulk and jacking up rent and fee prices, exacerbating a housing crisis they argued predates the pandemic. This predatory purchasing contributes to our nation's shortage of affordable housing and exacerbates the racial wealth gap, said Representative Al Green, Democratic from Texas, at a hearing. Government data shows that rents in May were up 5.2% over the last year. A committee study found that the tenants of corporate landlords frequently faced even higher rent and fee increases. Data shows that during 2020 and 2021, institutional investors purchased considerably more properties in areas where they had already established their portfolio of single-family rental units. Institutional buyer share in 2021 rose in 84% of states, including the District of Columbia. Percentage change in institutional buyers market share in 2021 from 2020. And see how in Mississippi it raised 6.5%? That is fucking what? Like even Texas is literally the second one with 4.6%. This state is literally unlivable. Like, I have friends in Texas, but my condolences. Change in rent units under SFR securitization. Holy shit. Okay, in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. Oh my god, Florida went from 2% to 57%. And Texas went from 7% to 39%. 39.6%. Institutional buyer market share rose to 13% in 2021. Interesting. And even then, in 2028, 2007, it was 9. And the peak was in 2014 for 15. And it's been like over the 10% since 2010. This is fucking vile. For many institutional investors, their business model requires a 90% occupancy rate to maintain profitability. If this were a well-respected news outlet, the following sentence would probably read something to this effect. However, neither BlackRock nor Blackstone have ever vocalized their plans to own the entire fucking planet, or even a sizable portion of the real estate market. Maybe they just love being housing providers. I'm sorry. It was so funny. Oh. The New York Times. Is Wall Street really to blame for the affordable housing crisis? I don't know. Yes, it is. Oh my god. Credit Spencer Bocat Lindell. To answer Spencer's question, yes. According to a study from Dwell-C, rent increases during were not observed throughout the entire market in 2021. In fact, the cost of rent in multifamily properties decreased throughout the year. The cost of rent was already too high for lower income households in areas like San Jose, California, Washington, D.C., and Stamford, Connecticut. Okay, I love Amy's graphics, but I cannot read this. What is this? Okay, April median listing rent, median household income, and it's like, okay, this is the household income, and this is the rent prices. Look how in Punta Gorda, Florida, you have around 60,000 yearly income, I can only assume, but the price of rent was more than 1,900 in April. In New Mexico, the median household income was just below 40,000, but the median listing rent was just over 1,000. And within these parts, because these are like rich people that can afford like high rent, but even then, like, this is not even like the farthest to the right. You have here, I assume this is Bridgerton, though it might be this one, but I will say that this is Bridgerton in Connecticut, and the median household income is just over 90,000, but the rent in April of 2021 was just below 2,600. The US is a fucking dystopian place. Astronomically high rent increases were due to the surge of single-family homes added to the rental market at a much higher price than multifamily rates. Institutional investors exclusively purchase single-family homes, sometimes above asking price, with cash, which likely manipulated comparable sale venues, a standard metric for determining a seller's asking price. Artificially inflated home values likely contributed to the subsequent increase in rent prices. Oh my god. Median rent as a percent of median income. Change of rent from the prior year. So for example, we have that in Punta Gorda in Florida, the median rate, so most people will pay around above 50% on their income because the prices had risen 0.20%. That is wild. South Florida renters were especially impacted from these year-over-year rent increases. However, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be like 20%, but I'm not sure. However, this trend was observed across the board. In most major US metro areas, the cost of rent significantly increased from April 2021 to April 2022. US metropolitan areas, April 2022 median listing rent. It doesn't have like a. What is it called? Like the legend? Not legend. Like the color reference. Two of the most prominent firms it's a GIF? I'm not sure. Two of the most prominent firms changing the dynamics of our already inequitable housing market are BlackRock Inc. and International and Blackstone Group, known to be used interchangeably by establishment jesters and Twitter shitposters. To be clear, BlackRock and Blackstone are not the same company. You should hate them both, but for different reasons. BlackRock Inc. is a multinational investment company managing around $10 trillion in assets. BlackRock operates as a public company, allowing any investor to purchase shares in the range of exchange-traded funds, known as iShares. I already hate everyone. EFTs are a collection of assets such as stocks, bonds, currencies, future contracts, and/or commodities. ETFs. An ETF divides ownership of itself into shares held by shareholders or investors. The shareholders indirectly own the fund's assets and are entitled to a portion of the profits of those assets. Among BlackRock's multiple ETFs are the Real Estate Investment Trust and the Real Estate Securities Fund. BlackRock Inc. Financials. In 2019, they had a revenue of $14 billion, and it just so happens that it super increased in 2021 with $19 billion and an operating income going from $6 billion to $7 billion from 2019 to 2021. And in 2022, it lowered from 7 to 6 back to 6, and from 19 to 18. So we all know where the working class money went during the pandemic. Net income common stockholders 4.5 billion, 5 billion, 6 billion, 5 billion. Yeah. Annual return in millions. Interest income. They had an annual return of almost 100 million in 2021, but in 2022 they had a return of $150 million. BlackRock owns the largest market share of ETFs in the United States, 34% of the total exchange traded funds market. That's what ETF stands for. Blackstone is a billion dollar private equity firm that operates as a real estate investment trust, a company that owns and in most cases operates income, producing real estate. The company's real estate arm pools capital from private investment into the real estate income fund to purchase the residential, commercial, and industrial property. Blackstone's total assets under management were approximately $950 billion in the third quarter of 2022, making Blackstone the largest REIT in the world. Real estate income, no, what? Real estate income I guess it is F. Blackstone Rental Properties. What is this one? Nevada investment trust. Thank you, Brian. And this is Florida. Oh, look, Florida, Texas, 4.9, almost 5,000 units. And in Florida, 8.9 units. And in Nevada, like literally Vegas, basically, 9.5 thousand rental properties. Holy shit. In California, barely 1,500, but the lowest is South Carolina with 195. Financial review. Blackstone steps up tenant evictions in US with eye on boosting returns. Disgusting. You can learn a lot about a company by reading the bottom of its website. The text at the bottom of BlackRock's website. Investing involves risk, including possible loss of principal. Might as well just say that you will lose your soul doing this bullshit. Any iShares trusts referenced in this material are not investment companies registered under the Investment Company Act of 1940, and therefore are not subject to the exact regulatory requirements as mutual funds or ETFs registered under the Investment Company Act of 1940. Investments in the trusts are speculative and involve a high degree of risk. You know what's the best part of all of this? These shitheads, these fuckers, always like to say, oh, there's risk involved in investing. But every fucking time, every single fucking time, the government gives them back the money that they lost. You know, it's sometimes even more. In other words, BlackRock is an entirely unregulated trillion-dollar betting station for multiple for multiple publicly traded companies from numerous industries, including the real estate commodities market. The text at the bottom of Blackstone's website. BREIT, Blackstone Real Estate Income Trust, invests primarily in U.S. commercial real estate. Real estate investments include wholly owned property investments. BREIT's share of property investments held through joint ventures and equity in public and private real estate related companies. Real estate debt investments include BREIT's investments in commercial mortgage-backed securities, residential mortgage-backed securities, mortgage loans, and other debt secured by real estate and real estate-related assets. In other words, Blackstone claims to invest primarily in commercial real estate, but the expansion of its residential property portfolio begs to differ. Here are a few examples of Blackstone's acquisition over the last couple of years. From 2021 to 2023, you have in June $6 billion on the Blackstone Real Estate Trust acquires Home Parents of America. For $10 billion, affiliates of Blackstone Infrastructure Partners and Blackstone Property Partners acquires QTS Realty Trust. In 2022, $3.7 billion to acquire all of the outstanding shares of common stock of Resource REIT Inc. In August of 22, $13 billion Blackstone Core Plus perpetual capital vehicles, primarily comprising Blackstone Real Estate Income Trust and Blackstone Property Partners, acquires all of the outstanding shares of common stock of American Campus Communities. Literally, what's their fucking deal? And in October, I will assume, of 2022, this is kind of a confusing timeline. Blackstone Real Estate acquires Blue Rock Residential Growth REIT. So we have they spending $13 billion in American Campus Communities and $10 million on QTS Realty Trust. Whereas, like, there is already more. No, well, it's not more, but we have $26 billion being invested in residential properties, whereas only, no, even then, 26.7 billion in non-residential properties. Also, hi Sam, welcome. And only 9 billion, 10 billion in Blue Rock Residential and Home Partners of America. And even then, Home Partners of America, I doubt that it's actually residential property, but I don't know. You know, Sounds more like another group of investors. Hi Sam, welcome. Good evening. We're learning how fucked up the housing market is in the US and how the monopoly of Blackstone, or rather BlackRock, I already forgot. I'm sorry. Blackstone is the investment company that primarily invests in commercial real estate, and BlackRock is an investment company. I hate I hate companies. BlackRock owns the largest market share or of ETFs, which is exchange traded funds, which is a type of pooled investment security that operates like a mutual fund. Okay. And Blackstone is an income trust that invests primarily including interesting. In other words, Blackstone is a corporate landlord for resident. This was my answer. Blackstone is a corporate landlord for residential, commercial, and industrial properties. This is probably why BlackRock tried to beat the corporate slumlord accusations. BlackRock has been the subject of speculation, misperception, and even mistaken identity in media reports and social media regarding our role in the US housing market. We want to make it perfectly clear, BlackRock is not buying individual houses in the US. Several other large asset managers and private equity firms are very active today in purchasing single-family residences. As fiduciary asset managers, we invest and manage capital on behalf of our clients. Okay, I need to literally write this down. I have my notepad. BlackRock is the asset manager. Look, it's even worse because they literally are both like black, and one is just rock and the other is stone, which is literally the same thing. And Blackstone is a corporate landlord. So basically, BlackRock is making it easier for Blackstone to buy all the residential units in the US at this point. Got it. BlackRock is pulling more money from public market. Yes. Public market operations and thousands of shareholders. Blackstone is collecting investments from smaller populations of high rolling investors. BlackRock is tasked with disbursing its revenue to more investors. Blackstone answers to fewer shareholders. Among these shareholders, who are two Wall Street entities holding 5 to 6% stake in the parent company Blackstone Inc., Blackstone Inc., in the parent company Blackstone Inc. BlackRock is one of those entities. No. Hi, Theron Elite. Welcome. BlackRock is an asset manager. It's basically an investing firm. BlackRock is an investing firm. They are pulling money from the public market operations to thousands of shareholders. Blackstone is a company that buys residential property, well, not even buys residential property, buys all kinds of property, but within those all kinds of property, one of them is residential property, and they basically evict people, you know? And so, while BlackRock is pulling more money from public market operations and thousands of shareholders, Blackstone, the landlord, one is the landlord and one is the dude and the other one is basically their daddy giving them money to buy a house and coerce people and exploit their money and exploit them to get their money from, you get it. So Blackstone, the landlord, is collecting investments from a smaller population of high rolling investors. BlackRock, the asset manager, is tasked with disbursing its revenue to more investors. You see, BlackRock is like giving money to other companies, including Blackstone. It's so fucking it's mind-blowingly disgusting. Blackstone answers to fewer shareholders because Blackstone is the landlording company, whereas BlackRock is the asset manager company, so they have more investors because they control more money. But even then, among these shareholders are two Wall Street entities holding 5 to 6% stake in the parent company, Blackstone Inc. BlackRock is one of these entities. So BlackRock, the asset manager, quite literally owns 5 to 6% of the shares of Blackstone. Mao wasn't wrong in anything, well, Mount wasn't wrong in most things, but there was one thing that he was particularly right about. And he was like very fucking right about the landlords. You know? Just saying. Just fucking saying. Oh, this is a... Okay, so... Blackstone Partners, Blackstone Group Management, BlackRock Inc., and the Vanguard Group.
Put the money in the bag and I sold the keys. That was the last time you ever saw me.
And within Blackstone, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. Well, there are senior managing directors. I'm going to play Minecraft with all of these people. I'm going to play Minecraft with all of these people. That's all I'm saying. Also, welcome, Wampas Tompa 99. Welcome. We're talking about how the housing market is horrible and landlords are bad. And if you disagree, it's way too late for me to explain to you why landlords are bad. But yeah. Also, it's way too hot. BlackRock, the investment company, the asset manager, is getting a cut from Blackstone's profits. Maybe these firms aren't so different after all. Both firms operate as institutional investors. Oh, this is why it was kind of confusing before. Okay. Hedging their bets on future contracts within the asset class. Both firms are using investors' money to secure income-producing real estate, monopolizing the physical housing market and the social, political, and economic power of land and property ownership. Wall Street entities like BlackRock and Blackstone have created a system where they benefit from fewer Americans having access to home ownership. Instead of questioning how inequitable the traditional landlord-tenant relationship was to begin with, mainstream media outlets and publications espouse a complacent acceptance of real estate market and how it functions under capitalism. It's expected that the Wall Street Journal directs us to look away from systemic injustice within the financial and banking industry. BlackRock, The Atlantic. BlackRock is not ruining the US housing market. The real villain isn't faceless Wall Street Goliaths. It's your neighbors and local governments stopping the construction of new units. This is why you never fucking trust US mainstream media. Literally all fucking right wing. Yeah. In English you're talking about PhD stuff. Oh really? Well, don't thank me. You should you should thank and check out Amy C3. She is the author of this piece about the difference between BlackRock and Blackstone and how the housing market is just getting worse every year, how the pandemic just gave them more excuses to raise the prices, and even then they just raised the prices and got away with it and evicted so many people, and how people in certain states are literally on average spending half of their income in rent alone, you know. But yeah, you can check out like her YouTube, her Twitch, and her Substack, which is what we are reading right now. Remember when? Oh my God, I know what you're saying. I know what you're going to say. Remember when the not Washington, Wall Street Journal blamed the bank run at SVB on diversity, despite SVB's top 5 positions all be held by cishet white men? That was like yesterday. Oh my God. Can I ask, where are you from? I'm from Peru. You can read more about me in my bio. That is like down here. But yeah. Those less affected by systemic imbalances tend to favor the group with the most power, either as a sign of miscalculated solidarity or an understanding of their privileges compared to the less fortunate. This is precisely the problem. Mainstream publications and news outlets undeniably influence public sentiment, laying the groundwork for public discourse. Sitting to Wall Street because most media members are not personally disadvantaged by corporate landlord-tenant relationship is not speaking truth to power. It's normalizing housing injustices perpetuated by a corporate ruling class. And if any sympathies are extended, it's to smaller landlords, not renters. Local news outlets tend to show the most support for smaller landlords, including the Airbnb slumlords who have learned into technologically advanced methods of fucking over residents. But don't blame them, they'll say. They're just responding to the conditions of the free market and the oldest trick in the book to justify price gouging. This excuse is partially bullshit because market fundamentalism is bullshit. I love Amy. Under the law of supply and demand, housing prices can only naturally stabilize when the supply meets demand, creating market equilibrium. Market equilibrium has only been theorized. It's never been observed. It's about as reliable as pseudoscience in the medical field. One way to guarantee the year-over-year gain of an income-producing property is from a supply deficit when more homes are taken off than added during the same period. As inventory drops, rent increases. In principle, landlords look to reduce liabilities to maintain profit. One of the tricks to keep supply low is to find a way to keep these units off the market, like say through an Airbnb listing. But in a market where the high price of real estate is justified by low inventory, Airbnb only exacerbates cost burdens. Because of wage cuts and unemployment, Airbnb became a preferred alternative to long-term rental contracts during COVID-19. Landlords realized they could make more money from short-term stays, prompting local policymakers in New York City to rethink Airbnb's presence due to its immediate impact on rental prices. Airbnb listings across New York or New York City. I think this is New York City specifically. Look at Manhattan, Queens, Bronx, and Brooklyn. Holy fucking shit. In 2016, former Governor Andrew Cuomo signed a law making short-term stays of fewer than 30 days illegal. In New York City, only single-family housing units could be rented for less than 30 days. Individual rooms in multifamily units could only be rented for less than 30 days if the Airbnb host also lived there as their primary residence, meaning the Airbnb host must be present during the guest's stay. That's weird, right? We can agree that's weird. Like Leo dating a model that's not even old enough to drink alcohol, weird. By the way, Amy in the beginning was talking about like Leonardo DiCaprio's dating life and how he only dates like young women, as you can see. When he was 30, he was dating a 20-year-old. When he was 38, he dated another 20-year-old. And when he was 43, he also dated a 20-year-old. And every time she dated a 25-year-old, he stopped dating them. Isn't that weird? Isn't that fucking weird? Which is likely why this rule was never enforced until last year. According to the July 22 lawsuit, defendants Aaron Latimer, a real estate broker, and Esther Jib, owner of Apex Management, used several LLCs to run an illegal short-term rental operation in Turtle Bay, a neighborhood in Manhattan. This shift towards local law enforcement is because there's a new sheriff in town, literally, who's doing things differently in New York City. Newly elected Mayor Eric Adams passed additional Airbnb restrictions through Local Law 18, a measure slated to remove thousands of Airbnb listings from the market. New laws will remove thousands of New York City Airbnb listings. Jackson Heights, Queens, strict new laws that the city of New York plans to implement soon will remove thousands of listings from Airbnb and other short-term rental websites, making it harder for hosts to rent out. The city's argument is that it will improve the housing crisis, but hosts say it will remove a lifeline to support their families. Carolina Medina has lived in the same home in Jackson Heights, Queens, her entire life, and her family turned to Airbnb once her immigrant father from Colombia had to give back his taxi medallion after the race of Uber forced her immigrant father from Colombia had to give back his taxi medallion after the rise of Uber forced an early retirement. Got it. It was a weird sentence. Yeah, a long sentence. But we got there. Under Law 18, hosts can only rent out an entire apartment or home to visitors for 30 days, even if they own or live in the building. Hosts must be present during their guest's stay for less than 30 days. Hosts may have up to 2 paying guests in each unit for fewer than 30 days. Every guest must have free and unobstructed access to every room without internal locks on their doors. Okay, that's really weird. Really, really weird. In an interview with NPR, New York State Senator Liz Krueger showed support for these restrictions. Every legal short-term rental in our city represents a unit of housing that is not available for real New Yorkers to live in. In the middle of an ongoing affordable housing crisis, every single unit matters. Sure. According to a study from Corbett, there were only 7,669 apartment listings in Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Northwest Queens last year. Several thousand less than the estimated number of Airbnbs, ranging from over 10,000 according to AirDNA to 20,000 according to Inside Airbnb. Here are the zip codes with more Airbnb listings than rental unit vacancies, according to data collected from Inside Airbnb and the Census Bureau's ACS table DP04. The figures listed are the zip code's median rental prices from 2021, which may be undervalued. Okay, we have prices ranging from $971 to $3,500. In Brooklyn, we have prices going from $1,293 to $2,274. Well, it was $1,500. It's the same thing. And in Queens, you had the range from almost $1,500 to $2,187. Okay. According to the Element Report, July 2022 saw the highest Manhattan rents on record, reaching $5,113. In November 2022, when the measure was initially proposed, the median rent in Manhattan had cooled to $4,095. In December 2022, the median rent price dropped from $4,048 but remained 16% higher than the median rent in December 2021. Overall rent in New York City is still too damn high. Yes. Report date, like, I'm not sure what these numbers are. Airbnb listing data from March and December 2022 show more units listed. More units listed on the website shortly after Local Law 18 was announced. Hey Dorian, welcome. Median rents dropped towards the end of the year, even though there were a high number of Airbnb listings, which is why market fundamentalism is bullshit. Okay, so these are the units. So in the first quarter of 2022, we had 1,200, but by the end of the year, we had 1,500. In Brooklyn, we had 14,000, and by the end of the year, we had 15,000. What? The fair market system is built on the premise that pricing reflects customer choice. However, in the housing market, pricing reflects the producer's choice. A landlord's objective is to maximize profits. Decreased rent prices would directly cut into their bottom line. Why would profit-seeking developers want to risk a loss in revenue? Real estate speculators are vehemently against rent control laws. Why would they build enough housing to potentially see a market correction? Half of their argument for high rental prices is based on a perceived shortage of units. And this is why Mao was right. Which prompted New York State Legislature to pass the Housing Stability and Tenant Protection Act in 2019. The bill also ended vacancy decontrol, the ability of property owners to deregulate their vacant apartments once rent reached $2,774 dollars a month. Did landlords comply with these regulations? Absolutely fucking not. According to State Division of Housing and Community Renewal, 3 numbers of apartments registered as rent stabilized fell from 874,000 in 2019 to 858,000 in November 2022, leaving nearly 100,000 residents without tenant protections. Renters from New York need more than marginal regulations to ensure affordability for lower income residents. The Department of Housing and Urban Development programs are notoriously underfunded. HUD's affordable housing units. This is New York. This is New York, right? This is New York State. The way I know the US states shapes better than my own provinces here. Not provinces, regions here. 46% of US households are considered rent burdened, paying over 30% of their monthly income on housing. Only a fourth of eligible applicants receive rental assistance, leaving many residents across New York who qualify for affordable housing to fend for themselves. Emma is one of those residents. Here is her story. Trigger warning, this is going to be emotional probably, and you're going to want to play Minecraft with some people, you know? My name is Emma Deschane. I'm sorry if I butchered the last name. This is the story of my journey into homelessness. I'm already crying. In winter 2018, it's winter 2018. I am single, unemployed, living with my boyfriend in a trailer. He was squatting in this trailer, but I didn't know it at the time. I bet you couldn't identify the state if I lived in its shape. Okay. I cannot identify square-shaped states. Okay? Show me the shape of any state from Texas to the west, from Texas to the east. Sure. Except some southern states that are also squares or rectangles. But other than that, I can only identify California. And there's one other weird shaped one. I know I'm getting distracted. But Yes, in Idaho. But like literally all of them are squares. Are rectangles. Sorry. I keep saying squares. Are rectangles. Like even Oklahoma, like in my mind this is Colorado, you know? Like all of these are fucking squares. Like Minnesota is like weirdly shaped enough, but like, oh my god, literally fucking squares. Like Texas has a special shape, and also California, but like, you know, all of these have like their own. Like New Jersey has such a weird fucking shape. You know, it's like a lightning, but instead of like a triangle at the end, it's like a square. Yes. Okay. It's winter, 2018. I am single, unemployed, and living with. Okay, I am confused. You are single, but you are living with your boyfriend? He was squatting in this trailer, but I didn't know it at the time. I found out in February 2019 that I was pregnant with twins. Having never been pregnant, I thought I had the flu for weeks and just couldn't kick it. By the time I found out about my pregnancy, it was too late to consider terminating the pregnancy, and adoption was not an option that I cared to pursue. After discussing this with my boyfriend and mom, it was decided that I would keep my babies. I had never tried to access help from our so-called social safety net. The Mississippi River divides the states with real shapes from the squares. We're going back to the map. I shouldn't do this. We are reading a very like delicate situation. Is this the Mississippi River? Yes. Oh my god, you're so right. Because Louisiana also has a weird shape. Yeah. This explains a lot. Interesting. And this is how you know I'm not a US person, because I don't know US history, but I know like the 13 colonies, and then they decided to invade Mexico and Canada. I know that part. Once I found out that the trailer I was living in didn't belong to my boyfriend, it was time to go. But go where? No, it's okay, don't worry. The public assistance for which I was deemed eligible wasn't enough to pay for an apartment in the safe areas of town. I couldn't live with mom because she lives in senior housing. She did sneak me in for a few weeks, but we couldn't stay after my twins were born. I ended up taking an apartment in a very bad crime-ridden neighborhood. We're talking about a black neighborhood, right? Like, might as well just say it. My mom had to pay the difference in my rent from what was charged to what social services would allow. Within months, I had to move out because I feared for the safety of my babies. For a while, my only option was to stay with friends wherever available, whenever available. I also applied for jobs so that I might be able to afford to get a place on my own. My twins' father could watch our boys while I went to work. I got an entry-level full-time job at an assisted living facility. Unfortunately, the hourly pay wasn't enough to support my family. We struggled and ended up living for a short time in cheaper motels. Then when summer came, the price increased for peak season. I could no longer afford even that. I literally hate the US so fucking much. We found an inexpensive campsite and bought a tent. I changed jobs, hoping to find one that paid enough to get us out of this situation. I connected with a good job in hospitality services for an inn. My boss connected me with a local businessman who had apartments he rented. Since it was becoming cold again with winter upon us, the businessman decided to rent a storage trailer to us. This is like so fucked up. Like, this man, our new landlord, took full advantage of my desperate situation. I had very little knowledge regarding leases and tenant rights. He had me sign a 1-year lease for a trailer he cleared out his junk from as is and charged a whopping $800 a month for it, with no utilities included. How is this fucking legal? How is this fucking legal? This was more than he charged for his legitimate rental unit. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Things went okay for the first few weeks, but we got devastating news. One of my twins was diagnosed with Langerhans cell histiocytosis. He has tumors throughout his tiny body, with one tennis ball sized one on his skull. Great. He has treated like cancer. My baby would need to undergo chemotherapy treatments, and a tumor on his skull had to be removed with a plate put on to cover the hole in his skull. Got it? Because of the constant doctor appointments, tests, treatments, it became impossible for me to continue to work. On days of treatments, I would be all day taking care of one of my child's needs while my other son was with his father. Now there was no income again. We also began having issues with the trailer. There was a lot of disrepair. The landlord refused to take care of most of it, even after the hospital wrote him a letter explaining why it was necessary to make repairs to the windows, replace the broken entrance door, and clear the back mold in the kitchen and bathroom due to my sick child's condition. He still ignored us. His lack of attention to the broken windows, the lack of any insulation, and the out-of-date electrical wiring contributed to a prohibitively high utility bill. The only way I could stay afloat would be if a charity or cancer foundation would help me. All local organizations were supposed to be there to assist. We're now turning folks away. There were too many to help. My landlord ultimately decided, after the letter from the hospital and my constant requests for repairs, that he no longer wanted us living in the trailer. He tried to evict us early, though we had nowhere to go. He had never given me a copy of my lease until then, and when I finally received one, I could tell he had made changes. I had to get a pro bono lawyer to help me. And finding one was difficult. At this point, I literally do not give a fuck about what the definition of fascism is. This is fucking fascist. How? 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 Do you know what I mean? This is just horrible. I was allowed to stay for an extra 2 months per court order. But where can we go with no income and no help? So we were back to being homeless. Fortunately, the hospital connected me with the Ronald McDonald House, where we can stay temporarily. Isn't this just peak capitalism? A houseless person having to recur to staying at a fucking Ronald McDonald house? Without them, my family would be living in a tent again. My baby's father is now working a full-time job, but again, the wages really aren't enough to support our family. The social safety net is broken. Broken? It can't be broken if there isn't one. And landlords don't seem to care. Of course they don't fucking care. The criteria needing to be met in order to even qualify for applying to rent a place is prohibitive for us. They want minimum monthly income to be 3 to 4 times the rent. And rents are outrageous. It feels like a vicious cycle. I've I've had to rely heavily on my mom and support through a GoFundMe set up for my son. I applied for SSI for him, but I'm still waiting on the outcome. This takes forever, it seems. My poor mom had to declare bankruptcy, another financial casualty for my situation. At this point, we're all in limbo, and all of these nightmares occurring while going through my son's harrowing health issue. I've lost patches of my hair from the anxiety. My sons both have a lot of anxiety issues at their young age, all from the experiences faced during their short lives. The journey isn't over yet. All we can do is hope for a good outcome. It's been 3 years. For all we've been through, in what we should in what should seem like a short period of time, there's so much more to tell. And it already feels forever. You can help Emma secure housing by donating to her GoFundMe here. This is I'm not sure if the entire. Okay. And even then, like, literally the last donation was a month ago. Oh, okay. Updates of February 2023. Mason's having a rough week of chemo treatments again. He has been feverish and given a round of antibiotics, sick to his stomach, anti-nausea meds given, and uncomfortable children's Tylenol and Benadryl administered. He also had a small amount of growth in his blood culture signaling an infection. His white blood cells count is down, signaling lowered immunity. His doctor has ordered another round of antibiotics. His twin brother Hunter and his father also have colds. Mom, Emma, is drained and dragging. I'm sure her immunity is suffering. Please send good vibes of encouragement their way. And if able to donate, please do so. They are still homeless and could use some help. So please share. Much appreciated. I hate the US. Like I didn't already. I hate the fucking US. I don't even know how to change topic. The US is truly a fucking nightmare. Like, best country on earth, brother. Fucking disgusting. Okay, I'm going to let this video play for a second, and I'll come back in like in a minute or two. I need to, you know. This is about China housing and the world's biggest housing market boom again. It's the best transition that I have to go into the proposals for the China's 2023 two sessions, focusing on boosting birth rates. This is a more positive piece of news. So, yeah, I'll come back. I've been streaming for 2 hours and a half, so if anyone here is able to donate, subscribe, honestly, fuck that. If anyone here is able to donate to that GoFundMe, the link is in the chat. Give her all your money. Give that family all your money. This is why we fucking need socialism now. In the entire world. Okay. I'll be back in a second.
So what's your take on the housing price? It's been going up in the past 20 years. But how do you see? So what's your take on the housing price? It's been going up in the past 20 years. But how do you see that move in the next couple 2 years?
Very good question, Pearl. I would say that the property prices indeed have been consistently going up and only up. There was almost no time when it was consistently going down, for a sustained period of time. And therefore, I think there has been a lot of expectation for it to go up in the future. But that has largely been changed in the past 18 months. In fact, starting from mid-year last year, we were the first one to call out a potential policy, over-tightening in the property space. We found that both on the demand side and also supply side, the policies have been too tight. And in fact, on the supply side, it has already pushed up some private developers towards the credit crunch. And at the same time, on the demand side, we think that the mortgage, loan suspension has been extremely worrying as well. And that's why we actually cut our GDP growth forecast, and we saw that this very important industry that contributed by as much as 28.7% to GDP was very much in turmoil. In our view, that we think that property prices were probably no longer going to go up during that time, and now we see more reason for it to come down in the near future. The reason is that, number one, we are seeing that a lot more people are expecting property prices to come down rather than to go up. Historically, if you look at the property price expectation and also property prices, there is a very high correlation in between. And this, of course, is also related to the fact that, number two, from a demand.
Okay, excuse me. What do you mean in China, every time people expect prices to go down, prices actually go fucking down? What do you fucking mean? This is literally the difference between a socialist country and a capitalist fucking hellhole. The system works in a socialist country for the benefit of the working class, whereas in a fucking capitalist hellhole, the system only works to literally torture people constantly in the most absurd ways possible. Okay, continue with your regularly scheduled content.
Demand side, when people are generally expecting property prices to come down, then even if that you have the demand to get a next apartment, you probably would choose to rent for now. And therefore, by the time that when there is a consensus for property prices to go down, this usually becomes a downward spiral. And therefore, we think that it is hard to turn around the sentiment right away for people to think that it will go up again. But we think that there is more hope, going into 2023. The government is already doing a lot of things, including at local government level, trying to relax all the restrictions, almost all the restrictions outside of the Tier 1 cities to allow more people to buy properties if they want to. And at the same time, we're also probably going to see that the local governments are scaling down the size of land sales going forward, limiting the future supply of land and therefore housing. And therefore, we think that that could potentially help stabilize that property price decline. And in the future, we probably will see some sentiment improvement and finally turn around in new home sales and therefore better expectation. But at the moment, I would just add one more thing, which is property price volatility is actually not necessarily a bad thing to have, in the sense that if everybody is expecting property prices to go up and only up, that implies everybody would be going massive long and borrowing as much as possible, and it would naturally become an overly leveraged sector. However, for regulators, that is a problem, isn't it? So to actually get that problem fixed, some volatility in property price expectation, some people think that it will go down, sometimes everybody thinks that it will go down, may not be a bad thing. So we just think that it could become more healthy this way.
Right. Actually, I think a lot of people actually were complaining about expensive homes in China. And some were saying that actually China has been leaning too much on the real estate sector. So as we are seeing the change now, how do you see the impact on the economy?
Well, unfortunately, the property sector has already been the genie set out of the bottle. So it's no longer something that we can easily just put it back into the bottle, because that it has been contributing to GDP by a very large scale. Before COVID, we're seeing on average in the previous 7 years that the property sector contributed by about 28.7% to GDP. This is counting, taking into account basically the commodities like steel and cement at the very upstream, and all the way to the for example, electronic appliances, cars, construction materials, etc. on the downstream. So altogether, it accounts for many things into.
Look at this holistic materialist analysis. This is one of the many reasons why ultimately capitalism still goes around the land ownership, like literally everything, like literally from raw materials to electric appliances are affected by the housing market.
That it goes into GDP, including investment as well as consumption. So at a time when we are looking at the property sector in the bad shape, it does take a very significant toll on the overall headline GDP growth. However, we think that going forward, we probably will see the first rebound coming from the social housing construction, and then followed by the commodity housing side. When more people feel comfortable, they will come back. When new home sales pick up, then we will probably see a better residential construction investment number coming in, and therefore by then we could probably see more consumption driven by that as well.
Right. So as you said, we have seen some supports from the government, and most recently, we see a lift of the ban on the equity financing, which has been there for more than 10 years. So I'd like to ask Winnie, what's your take on that? How do you see the investors' appetite on the new issuance if some developers are going to issue more equities?
I think the measure itself is a nice gesture, right? It kind of complete the pie. Initially, they asked the banks to extend the loans, then they start to support the bond market, and now finally equity. And if the developers can raise more equity, it naturally help reduce the debt to equity leverage, right? Which is a positive thing. But like you said, are there investors, right? Because when it comes to equity market, bond market, it's not something policy direction can dictate, right? It depends on investor appetite. So I would say that in the short term, these policies are more about a nice gesture to give confidence to the market and even the home buyers. It's probably providing enough support to prevent a short-term hard landing, right? To prevent many developers all falling within the next 5-6 months when economy is still suffering from the lockdowns, right? From the weak confidence. But these policies, financing supports are not going to be enough to compensate the weakness from cash flow from the home sales, right? So at the end of the day, these policies can prevent developer from failing in the short term. But for developers to really survive and get out of the ICU, they need home buyer confidence to come back. They need people start to buying the property again.
Right, as you said, they need the confidence to come back. So, Helen, do you think the entire...
This is so interesting because they are actually thinking about how the working class feels, whereas in the US, the real estate companies, the real estate agents, the landlords, no, the real estate agents, the real estate market in general, instead of trying to revitalize the desire for home ownership from the working class, they rather just say, you know what, fuck the working class, let's just cater to the rich people who already have money, like why would we want to stimulate the economy? Why would we want to change, keep the market going if we can just change it, cater to rich people who have money, and say basically fuck you to the entire working class, to the entire poor class.
Rescue policy package can actually eventually bring that back?
Well, very good question. I would say that the 16 points and also the CSRC measure that you just mentioned are very helpful gesture indeed from the top decision makers. In fact, at a time when the current administration is outgoing and the new administration is going
There is more profit to take from renters to ownership, and that's that's another thing that I didn't mention, right? How like even when they don't if they don't cater to rich people, they will make it so that there are more landlords, and they will just focus on rent, and even then, if they are already focusing on rent, they will just raise the prices because again they don't care about the the people. Ultimately they don't care about people being able to be housed. They just care about their own profit motive.
going to come in by March next year, there could come up with such a big set of policies with coordination among different ministries. That was by itself extremely impressive and laudable. However, the thing is, while they are working very hard on both sides, the asset side and the liability side of the balance sheet of these developers, and we do think that it will save quite a few private developers' names from falling out. The problem, however, is that the ultimate recovery, as Winnie just mentioned, it probably would depend more on the reopening policy and the recovery of consumer confidence and business confidence. So it's probably not all about just the proper.
And it is interesting how they are focusing, even focusing on both sides. Like she just mentioned,
consumer confidence and
consumer confidence
confidence.
and business confidence, because ultimately that is how a market is supposed to work, right? In an economy, the money is supposed to be moving around, be in constant flow. And so China is looking for ways for everybody to participate in the market, for everybody to have a place in society, a place in the economy, whereas in the US, you cannot participate in the economy, die. And I wish I was exaggerating, but it's like, you cannot participate in the economy, you literally cannot afford housing, you cannot afford healthcare, you cannot afford food, What happens if you don't have a shelter and you don't have food? You literally fucking die. Whereas in China, they're literally trying to give everyone the opportunity to stay fucking alive. To have fucking shelter, to have fucking housing. It is... It is deranged how people don't fucking understand the difference of socialism and capitalism, how they don't understand that China is truly a fucking socialist country and that is constantly trying to balance this contradiction of living in a capitalist hegemonic world and existing as a socialist society, balancing the contradiction of having capital flowing inside their country, but also still fighting for the benefit of the working class. Like, it is wild. I truly do not comprehend how people talk so confidently about China when they have no fucking clue of China's history. I mean, I'm not surprised. It's just literally whiteness, people being brainwashed with US mainstream media. But at the same time, it doesn't stop. It doesn't, I still get surprised. I still get outstanded. Outstanded? Is that even a word? You know what I mean? Like,
So it's probably not all about just the property sector policy adjustment that we were
Astounded.
looking for. We are
Thank you.
indeed waiting for more, signs of stabilization coming from the COVID measure relaxation, especially followed by, the normalization of business activities.
Right. It's coming to the end of the 2022. So going to 2023, what's your outlook on the China property sector? On how you see this crisis is going to settle?
Well, we think that going into 2023, the most important thing that we think will probably see policies being able to achieve is that most of the private developers that are left, that are still standing, are probably going to survive, and most of the projects that are currently stalled or unfinished are probably going to be completed and delivered by the end of this 2023. So that will be a very important, I would say, overarching assumption.
imagine having projects to be delivered. The US could never.
For future recoveries, because without that, I think people will just continue to lose confidence in this sector, lose confidence in new home sales, and they wouldn't come back. So only when that is achieved, we would see that people go back to their works and then probably starting to think about investing again. And therefore, we think that by the end of next year, hopefully that we will see those assumptions that we just mentioned that would largely be materializing, and with most of the buyers of the pre-sales units being happily receiving their units and then moving on, and then we could probably see a better recovery in 2024.
Right. So how about investors? What's investors' perspective on the sector in the coming year?
So the property sector suffered a lot of underperformance, but recently also had some sharp rebound from very low levels. Generally, we remain quite cautious on the property sector, and for investors who want exposure, I think some investors actually use banks as the derivative play, or some insurance companies with high property exposure as derivative play to play, reduce the asset quality risk, rather than getting directly into the developers whose share prices tend to be highly.
Okay, this is kind of wild. Their investors actually care about the risk, because in a market that actually fucking works, there is actual risk in investment. And when your government doesn't fucking pay you out your investment every motherfucking time you risk your money into an investment, investors actually try to look for ways to safely bet on the market. Meanwhile, you have fucking Wall Street fuckers, Wall Street shitheads, because they are not fucking people, they are monsters, who just splurge their money however the fuck they want, and at the end of the day, the fucking government still fucking gives them the money back if they lose it. Almost as if they know they're not gonna get bailed out. Oh my god. Literally. Oh my god. Like, again, this is like a clear fundamental difference of how the government structure works, and people are still like, oh yeah, Chinese capitalism. Hello? It's
volatile for many of our longer term investors.
okay. They play the owner reverse card on moral hazard, literally. Literally. Oh my god. Okay. I need to subscribe to the South China Morning Post. Why the Chinese government so concerned about food security? I don't know, because food matters for people to be alive. Hello? Oh, interesting. I didn't know she was from Malaysia. Stresses party leadership as parliament draws to a close. Okay. I'm going to go down that rabbit hole later. Okay, I wanted to read this article from the Global Times. Wait. Okay. I wanted to read this article from the Global Times about motion. Proposals for China's 2023 two sessions focus on boosting birth rate. Yes, I have been seeing a bit of, not discourse, but just like the news going around about the ways they've been boosting birth rates, or they've been wanting to boost them. I assume the article will mention this, but if not, I will mention it here right now. I saw that China is basically including a lot of birth aid into the healthcare system, into the healthcare plans. And so if a couple or anyone wants to have access to like ways to increase their fertility, that kind of shit, they can access that from now with their healthcare, with the free healthcare. So yeah. And those are ways to boost the birth rate. And it's like wild because I was seeing, I saw this tweet from, I think it was the South China Morning Post, or it was another Chinese outlet. And in the comments, I think I showed it like literally last stream. The comments were like, "Oh, China doesn't need more people," or like shit like that, and it's like white supremacy, literally white supremacy. But yeah. Okay. Start. Babies participate in a baby crawling contest at a shopping center in Daxing District, Beijing, capital of China. So cute. Okay. Many motions and proposals submitted for China's annual two sessions, which are scheduled to kick off at the weekend, focus on boosting the low birth rate after the Chinese mainland recorded negative population growth in 2022, the first time in 61 years. Hey Wolf, welcome. Suggestions include scrapping the requirement to be legally married to register and give birth. Oh my god. In getting Saudi Arabia and Iran in peace. I don't know. I haven't looked into that or covered it. But yeah. And granting children born to unmarried parents equal rights. Interesting. I don't know this was a thing. Disappointed in China, but also understanding the conservative ideology, that still exists. So yeah. Xie Wenmin, a member of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, the CPPCC, is going to submit a proposal to do away with the need to be married to give birth and to allow all the newborns to be eligible for household registration, no matter the circumstances of their birth. This means that unmarried parents or those who have more than 3 children would be able to register their children legally. Interesting. Oh, so like this is how some people circumvented the one child policy. They just wouldn't register them. Interesting. She also called to grant equal rights to children born to unmarried parents, such as schooling, healthcare, and employment, according to her proposal, which was viewed by the Global Times on Wednesday. In China, before women can have access to birth-related services or enjoy preferential policies, including birth insurance, they should first of all register the birth of their children and the number of their children. Getting married is a premise for this registration. Oh, interesting. Some of China's most populous and prosperous provinces and regions, including South China's Guangdong, Southwest China's Sichuan, and East China's Shanghai, are among the forerunners to have already cancelled such restrictions. Interesting. So we are already seeing this like conservative ideology being done away in like the most urban areas, which is where typically you see the progress being like firstly happening. You know what I mean? Like typically urban areas are the most progressive, and then it scales down, not scales down, trickles down to the rest of the country. So interesting. The first session of the 14th National People's Congress is scheduled to open on March 5th or March 5, and the first session of the 14th CPPCC National Committee is set to begin on March 4th. Boosting the birth rate is a hot topic for this year's two sessions. Yang Xiaoxin, a CPPCC member from Sichuan province, proposed accepting all medical fees related to childbirth and slashing mortgage rates for families with 3 children. Interesting. Her view echoes that Xu Lieyu, an NPC deputy and Guangzhou-based lawyer who advocates granting rights and treatment for unmarried women to have children that are equal to those of married women, and to scrap China's family planning policies completely to boost the country's fertility rate. Interesting. Yeah, accepting all. Wait. I just processed that as you like because you said it, Dorian. Accepting all fees relating to childbirth. Well, proposed it. Well, to be fair, this was written before the two sessions happened, and I'm pretty sure this passed. Do you all know how fucking expensive it is to actually have a child in a hospital or clinic? And they are doing it for free in China. Well, from now on, but still. Can I look this up? Childbirth cost you without insurance. The average cost of childbirth is $13,000 for a vaginal delivery without insurance. But with a Silver health insurance plan, the average cost of pregnancy care and delivery is just $6,900. You know, just $7,000. What's wrong with people? Oh my fucking god. I mean, I'm sure it will depend and vary from state to state and all of that, you know? But even then, what the actual fucking fuck? I don't think that includes the hospital stay, probably just a procedure. Oh my fucking god, that is true. I know my friend spent more like $30,000. Oh my god. Okay, what is the cheapest way to give birth? Birth center births and home births are typically less expensive than hospital births. Because there are no high-risk procedures done, only low-risk parents are eligible, so you save money but not having to pay those procedures outright, and for any fees involved, that event you'd need them. Oh my god, I wasn't even thinking about like people who might have like difficulties during birth, or like the baby might have an issue that needs to be taken care of right after they are born. Oh my god, the US is truly it's truly a scary fucking place to live. I'm like I cannot imagine how fucking expensive that would. Oh my god. I'm literally speechless just thinking about this. And motherfuckers have already made abortion illegal? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. What's wrong with you? Oh my god. It's like they literally just want to genocide women. They truly just want to genocide women. Oh my god. I mean, women of color, principally, of course, because they are motherfucking racist. But even then, like, just, I mean, not even just women, like, also non-binary people who can give birth and trans men, etc., etc. But you know what I mean, you know? But still, oh my god. Oh my god. This is literally traumatizing. I don't know why. Like, again, I am, like, grateful that I am like AMAB and don't have to worry for myself about like getting pregnant. But holy fucking shit, this is like dystopian. Not only the health risks involved in pregnancy and childbirth, but also medical debt. Right? This is like... Where's my... Fuck, I lost it. No, it's here. Oh my god. Her Her view echoes that of Xu Lieyu, an NPC deputy and Guangzhou-based lawyer who advocates granting rights and treatment for unmarried women to have children that are equal to those of married women, and to scrap China's family planning policies completely to boost the country's fertility rate. In 2022, China's overall population fell by 850,000 from the previous year, with the national population growth rate at minus 0.6 per thousand. The country's National Statistics Bureau announced on Tuesday. Last month, the Bureau announced that the population in the Chinese mainland recorded negative growth for the first time in 61 years. Damn. Yang Shangnan, a member of the CPPCC National Committee, told the Global Times she proposed to guarantee that young people work only 8 hours per day so that they can have sufficient time to fall in love, get married, and have children. Okay, that is cheesy, but also that is so cute. But also, what do you mean only 8 hours a day? But also, 8 hours a day is not that, like, people tend to work more than 8 hours a day, even without them noticing, but still, like, I have, like, so many feelings about this sentence. It's, like, so cute, but also, like, damn, capitalism truly ruins everything. Damn. She believed that as the brutal 996 work culture has become normal in some companies in China, many youngsters in this country do not have any personal lives, thus the marriage and birth rates keep declining. Giving young people more time for leisure will keep society more vibrant. Okay, okay. So many things happening. Giving young people more time for leisure to keep society more vibrant, that's such a wholesome statement. And then Boop said, she's looking at Japan and going, yeah, let's avoid that. And it's like, literally. It's like, Japan is like the best example of capitalism and the patriarchy working together to literally destroy society. Also, I want to understand, what is 99 culture? 99 culture. 996 working hour system is a work schedule practiced by some companies in the People's Republic of China. It derives a name from its requirement that employees work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. That is so fucked up. That is so fucked up. I mean, to be fair, like, a lot of people do it also here, you know what I mean? But like putting a name to it and normalizing it to this point, I'm like, damn. Was a big proponent of that in the video linked in the Discord. Oh yeah, I saw it. Yes. That is so fucked up. Okay, we might watch this. Not George Stephanopoulos. Yes, I don't care to pronounce his name. Interesting. Keep society more vibrant. Imagine people talking like that in the US or in any social, like, capitalist economy for that matter. This is so wholesome. Some CPPCC members have formed proposals which would relieve the financial burdens of bringing up children. Gang Waitian, a CPPCC member, proposed offering free education for the third child of the family and to provide education subsidies for families with 2 or 3 children. Interesting. Interesting. Gan said that allowing families to have 3 instead of 2 children did not achieve the desired result, and education is one of the major barriers. That is true. In 2021, China announced that it would allow couples to have up to 3 children. Gan also proposed to offer free healthcare for children under the age of 6 and offering tax discounts for families with children. Interesting. Oh my god, stop. This is an updated article, I hope. This is not an updated article. Disappointment. It's like the 2 sessions were like last week. So they are like completely old news. Okay, here it is. Okay. Oh my god, we have a series of she quotes. Oh my god, we stand. More tattoos to have. Highlights of Xi's remarks at the 2023 2 sessions. Accelerating the creation of a new development pattern is a strategic foundation for promoting high-quality growth. We should make sure that our implementation of the strategy to expand domestic demand is integrated with our efforts to deepen supply side structural reform and move faster to modernize the industrial system. Interesting. Xi Jinping made the remarks during the deliberation with deputies from the delegation of Jiangsu province at the first session of the 14th National People's Congress. Interesting. We need to deepen reform of science and technology system. Vigorously foster a culture of innovation and perfect the system for appraisal of science and technology and the incentive mechanism so as to create an enabling environment for innovative personnel to stand out and give full play to their talents. Why are Chinese people so wholesome? I mean, it's because they live in a socialist society. Strong agriculture. Oh my god, I'm literally going to cry because like right now, like if you didn't know, there's been protests going on for already 4 months. Well, December, January, February, March, already 3 months now. I mean 4, yeah, almost 4. And it's a peasantry-led movement, and obviously their main work is agriculture. So it's like going to hit hard. Strong agriculture is the foundation of a strong modern socialist society. I'm literally going to die right now. I cannot continue this sentence, this quote. And promoting agricultural modernization is a prerequisite for achieving high quality development. We should safeguard the red line of 120 million hectares of farmland. Keep zone area at a stable level, increase the area of high standard cropland, and secure the stable and safe supply of grain and important agricultural products. Bitch. You are telling me that Xi Jinping actually knows about agriculture? No, it's actually not. Well, not here, and not anywhere in general that I know of. Because like, as much as we, as much as there are like a lot of producers in Peru, like we also import a lot of food. Like for example, in Peru we don't grow wheat, so most of our wheat based stuff, well, not the, well, most of the wheat is imported here. Like for example, like there is one example, right? And even though we do have 1,000+ varieties of potatoes, we don't really produce that many in general. Like we produce like, because in the global market they want like a lot of one type of potatoes, and so we produce a certain portion of that, but still it's like we produce more of the other hundreds of types that we have, but even then they are more commercialized internally, like within regions, and even then they don't really get to come here to Lima because fucking bourgeois decadency, literally. But yeah, like food, there are no food shortages that I'm aware of happening. But honestly, it might be a but that's the thing, I don't think there will be, because even then, if there were to be food shortages, that would only affect like the working class, and that would be counterproductive. And by how organized the movements have been, I don't think that will happen, so yeah. And that's another thing, like I've been like, these movements have been very eye-opening to me of how organized the peasantry class is and has been for who knows how many years, how many fucking decades. But yeah, like they have their own systems of not governance, but of organizing and structures, and so yeah, it's like I feel ashamed of being so fucking ignorant of how the how truly sophisticated systems they have outside Lima, but also like I literally cannot know, like the only way I could know is by traveling. So, and traveling costs money that I don't have. So yeah. But yeah, and even then, like the only reason all of that knowledge is being shared now to this scale, to or at least to the scale where it is easy to access to me, who is like trying to actively look for things, is because of the protests that have been going on, and so marginalized voices are being lifted, like purposefully, like directly or indirectly, and so that allows me to have more access to this information. So yeah, like, but yeah, I don't want to get into this because it's like more complicated. Like, not right now, but like the protest and like the political situation is more complicated. Um, but yeah, like I wish there was a socialist revolution happening. I hope it happens. I don't think it won't happen. I don't think it's not a possibility. Um, but I also know that it like if it's a possibility, it's just a possibility. And as much as there is a possibility for a socialist revolution to happen this year or in the next couple of years, I also understand there's a possibility that things just remain the same. But also, I don't think they will remain the same, because Castillo has demonstrated that he has been like that breaking point. So like, I'm scared if we're going to go towards fascist state or a socialist one. But yeah, it's like but yeah. Thank you, Dorian. I'm like, yeah, I don't need to deal with bullshit like that. But yeah, it's like, it's like it's like I've talked many times of how fucking privileged I am that I live in Lima, and that like because of that own privilege, I am still like very blinded to other realities. Like I can be just so aware, because there is no mass media in those places. And even then, when people go to those places, it's like charity or like stop stories, like emotional exploitation. So there is no way of political learning and understanding, and so yeah, like I am very, like, as much as I can know about my own country or other countries in the region, I am still ignorant of like a lot of very internal contradictions that just literally go beyond me, and I'd rather just acknowledge that than people just expect me to know and then disappoint people. But yeah, like, I try my best to be as informed as I can, and if I can bring you information, I will bring it to you. But yeah, Yeah. Okay. A strong agriculture is a foundation of strong modern socialist country, and promoting agricultural modernization is a prerequisite for achieving high quality development. We should safeguard the red line of 120 million hectares of farmland. We keep zone area of stable level, increase the area of high standard cropland, and secure the stable and safe supply of grain and import agricultural products. Imagine the leader of your country actually understanding agriculture. uh oh yeah, but Xi Jinping is a dictator that, I don't know, what do they even say about Xi? They just call him a dictator and that's it. Primary level governance and livelihood support concern people's immediate interests, and are thus foundation laying work for promoting common prosperity and achieving a high quality of life. Party committees and governments at all levels must bear this in mind, do the work well all the times, and make sure that that achievements are made in this regard. Interesting. The happiness and well-being of the people are the ultimate goals of promoting high-quality development. Oh my god. Stop being wholesome. It's like I understand how people in the US think this is like all fake, because like that would never be said by a politician in the West. Do you know what I mean? Even when Bernie speaks, like sometimes he will get a little cheesy for like Western standards, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it's like the happiness and well-being of like these being said by someone in an actual position of power. And that is not bullshit. Do you know what I mean? Like, the happiness and well-being of the people are the ultimate goals of promoting high-quality development. Hello? Bye. The people's trust in the biggest motivation that drives me to march on and great What? The people's trust is the biggest motivation that drives me to march on and a great responsibility I shoulder. Why am I going to cry? From this day forward to the mid-21st century, the central task of the entire Communist Party of China and all Chinese people will be to build China into a great modern socialist country in all respects, and to advance the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation on all fronts. This is what proletarian nationalism looks like, and this is the only kind of nationalism one needs. Why am I proud of being Chinese and I'm not Chinese? China's development benefits the world. Stop. And China cannot develop in isolation from the rest of the world. China will make concrete efforts to advance high standard opening up, and will not only leverage global markets and resources for its own development, but also promote the development of the whole world. Stop. Can we be Chinese in our hearts? I want to be a member of the CPC, I swear. Okay, I want to see if there's an actual summary of the China building a great country will form a greater appeal to global times. Global times, young people savvy to settle whether life and career bloom. Wait, I think this. Young people savvy to settle wherever life and career bloom. Oh, this is about like. So, young people apparently are now moving into rural areas because they're just saturated with like city life, and they are like making like businesses in rural areas, and that will promote modernization of rural areas, but also it will literally build industry there, like it will just develop the country in its entirety. No, I want to die. In the trending TV drama Go Where the Winds Blow, a college graduate gives up his promising career in Beijing to return to his hometown in Dali, southwest China's Yunnan province. The show grabbed the attention of audiences with the province's beautiful scenery, as well as the hero's courage and devotion to helping villagers live a better life. We are going to watch this show in my Discord if it's the last thing that I do. I don't promise anything. TV show. Someday I'll look it up. As well as hero's courage and devotion to helping villagers live a better life. This, however, is far from fiction, as waves of young people are returning to their hometowns to further their careers, and more graduates are beginning to avoid mega cities and start their own businesses in smaller towns and rural areas. The response, "I am doing fine at home," has gradually become a trend among young job seekers today. Indeed, compared to big cities that suffer from overcrowded transport, restricted housing, and high costs of living, smaller cities or rural areas have become the choice for more and more people, especially with the government rolling out favorable policies that create economic opportunities and revitalize the countryside. From individual perspectives, the advantages of settling down in rural areas are many. First, there are increasing opportunities of employment in smaller cities and towns. Second, thanks to emerging industries, smaller cities and towns are in good position to benefit from the new trends and attract talent. Third, with better investment potential, smaller cities now have improved industrial and supply chains, which keep employment more stable. It's like China has quite literally reached a point where it's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like self-sustaining. Like the development is like coming within the people. It's like the CPC doesn't need to really force people to go back to rural areas. Like society is alone doing that, and will like eventually develop the rural areas by themselves. This is progress. This is what happens in a socialist society. I'm not crying. Regarding daily life, smaller cities, towns, and rural areas have lower living costs, more affordable housing, and better air quality. Improved infrastructure, especially high-speed railway and inner-city transportation, has ended the isolation of towns and the countryside from big cities. And it's all fucking connected. It's like, I have a friend that lives in a rural area, and they literally have to drive like an hour to get to the nearest food store, or else they have to call for delivery. It is so fucked up. Meanwhile, China literally has inner city transportation, high speed railway. Hello? On the work of the government presented in the sessions, but full text is really long and probably very dry. Okay, I think I can read this. The report proposes the main projected targets for development in 2023 as follows. GDP growth of around 5%, around 12 million new urban jobs, surveyed your urban unemployment rate at around 5.5%. At the bottom, oh my god, I hate you. You know what? Let's cancel Boop. I'm not reading 40 pages. I am only reading this very short and summarized list. Thank you. Thank you. The report proposes main projected targets for development in 2023 as follows. GDP growth at around 5%. Around 12 million new urban jobs. Surveyed urban unemployment rate at around 5.5%. CPI increase of around 3%. Growth in personal income that is generally in step with economic growth. Oh my god, imagine this being a thing in the West. Steady increases in both the volume and quality of imports and exports. Again, imagine the West caring about this. A basic equilibrium in the balance of payments. Again, imagine the West caring about this. Grain output of over 650 million metric tons. Continued reductions in energy consumption per unit of GDP and in the discharge of major pollutants with priority on controlling fossil fuel consumption. Steady improvements in the quality of eco-environment. Got it. Balance of payments. I have no idea. I'm going to be honest. It sounds nice. It just sounds nice. Okay. The balance of payments summarizes the economic transaction of an economy with the rest of the world. Oh. These transactions include exports and imports of goods, services, and financial assets along with transfer payments, like foreign aid. Interesting. Got it. Got it. What were we reading? Oh yeah, this. It was going to be about equal. Yes. Kinda. In my mind, in my look, I'm a communist because I don't care about the economy. So in my mind, I'm like, they want to better the economy. That's good. And I know it's irresponsible and I should know more and I should be more knowledgeable and all that stuff. But, you know, I will tell you if you are sexist. You will tell me if, like, the economy is going okay. You know? Like, everyone has a role in a revolution. And in the revolution, my role won't be of an economist. Hopefully. And if it has to be, I will learn. But until then, leave me with my ignorance is bliss. I mean, to be fair, I still am interested, you know, obviously. Like, I understand what an export and an import is, you know, like, I'm not that fucking ignorant. But, like, I just trust China. You know? And yeah, I know, oh my god, you have to critically support China and all of that. Bitch, China is doing fine. Leave me alone, okay? Like, if I don't want to like burden myself with like more information about something, that's my deal, you know? But yeah. Government budget, I hate you all. Okay, this says a basic equilibrium in the balance of payments. And the balance of payments is a summarizes the economic transactions of an economy with the rest of the world. These transactions include export, import, services, financial assets, and transfer of payments. Basic equilibrium. So they basically want exports, imports, services, financial assets, and foreign aid to all be balanced. What does that mean? I'm not sure. But again, balanced sounds like a... No, it didn't say balance. A basic equilibrium sounds like they know what they are talking about. I know, like many of you right now, I'm like, wow, Sebs is really fucking ignorant. And I shouldn't be watching him. Or I shouldn't be watching it. And I don't have a comeback to that. And I respect that choice. But, you know, I try my best. And that's all I can give you. And I'm sorry. I don't have an economics degree, so, you know. They don't want vacuum up the rest of the world well, so some countries do. Okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay. There are also improving public services such as education, medical care, and entertainment that can cater to the needs of local people. As the internet has on a large scale flattened many differences in rural and urban lives. Therefore, people living in smaller cities tend to be happier. In 2021, the net inflow of talent in smaller cities was higher than in provincial capitals. At the just concluded two sessions, Lu Quan, a deputy of the National People's Congress for the Ningguang Autonomous Country in Lijiang, Yunnan Province, that's a mouthful, revealed how he turned to his hometown and led 17 college graduates to develop a 64-hectare plantation for a new species of apple grown at 2,700 meters above the sea level. Now, almost every household in his village has its own business online. I'm moving to China. Hello? This is my business online. Look. Oh my god. I hate capitalism. Gao Jiangguo, a former Xiaoyao village in Shaoshuang, Shandong province, acquired his title of Associate Agrarian thanks to a local professional title evaluation system. Oh my god. It has boosted the confidence of morale in new farmers who have technical, marketing, and business operation expertise. All of these new farmers can interpret national policies and explain them to their fellow villagers. Where is Cao Dianguo when we need him? Or her? Or them? We don't know. We literally don't know. Why is Cao not coming to stream and explaining us all of this? We need him, or her, or them, or any other pronoun that they might use. Moreover, they can take advantage of the technical skills and new ideas acquired from their education and work expertise in big cities, as well as their marketing sense to build a more beautiful country. How dare China want to build a beautiful country? With the upgraded infrastructure and working environment, more and more young talents will surely be drawn back to their hometowns, which is crucial to rural revitalization. Interesting. Okay, I was going to read this. Okay, 1995 culture. Wait, how long have I been streaming? Oh, I've only been streaming for 3 hours. Also, what's wrong with my hair? Okay. Also, I cut my hair. I'm going to cut it again, probably. I think I will do like a design. I will like shave like this, you know, and have like a, you know. I know. I mean, it's not that fancy, but yeah. I will try my best, but yeah. What else? Okay. I've been working on it's not an essay, it's just a script for a video of all the things that I have gone through because of Twitch, and it's been quite cathartic, but also it's been very hard to write, and I have to finish writing it, and I have to publish it by Sunday, because on Monday I will start going to classes to an institute, and yeah. So yeah, I just wanted to let you all know that. Even though I know a lot of people will call it like drama, I am like trying to put a lot of systemic analysis on that, and like really like highlight how this is not just like people who happen to be white being petty, but rather how a lot of the biases of these people are rooted in white supremacy and privilege, you know, in general. But yeah, like I am saying that, like I feel like I have to finish it before, like by Sunday. But the thing is, like, it's been really hard writing it, but I know I have to, on YouTube. I will, like, I'm writing the script and I will record the video. Like, it will be just me talking, you know. But yeah, I mean, if I do a Patreon, I like, my idea is, if I make a Patreon, I will publish on Patreon like every script ever, so like people can have access to like the text also, you know. Even though not a lot of, like, I don't know, I feel like that's the only extra I could provide. But even then, okay, whatever. Sorry. But yeah, it's been like really fucking difficult to write, and like some days I've been avoiding writing it. But like the other day I was writing all about it's like, I don't know if I should say. I mean, might as well. I mean, I've literally talked about this before. I've literally talked about this before on stream. For fuck's sakes, I literally have a command for this. Okay. So on Sunday there was a call. There was a stream where there was a call with a lot of streamers, and within those streamers, there were two streamers that seeing their names triggered me a lot, and one of those streamers was $27. And as you know, well, some of you may not know, but as you know, I'm banned in $27's channel because he sees me as an angry brown person. And so, like, writing all of that down, as hard as it was for me, it was very, like, relieving. But it's like also explaining how, like, it's literally just white people being white people, you know? White people not having enough respect for others in general, but especially to brown people or people who they deem inferior, to not, like, ask for an explanation, to not, like, want more context, etc., you know? Like, I don't know, I've, like, for the same thread that he banned me for, another person literally messaged me about it and asked me, hey, why did you did this? You know, why did you decide to write the thread? And I explained to them why and provided them with the context, and they were like, oh, gotcha, you know? And so having that dichotomy, like that juxtaposition of reactions to the thread I made, was like, or rather, understanding that juxtaposition, that difference, that opposition, you know, made me realize how fucking real it is, that white supremacy, that internalized white supremacy, and how some people are willing to challenge it and others aren't, you know? But even then, it's not just white supremacy, it's just the overall sense of superiority, you know? Because that the other person that reached out saw me as an equal, whereas obviously David saw me as inferior, and so he didn't need to ask me why I did that, you know? But yeah. Yeah, okay. I won't talk about it, but yeah. Did everyone leave? Okay. Um. I guess we're going to rate bingo because I have no one else to rate. Uh, not that I know of, and I don't think anyone would be willing to talk with him. Oh my god, Dorian. Of higher best welcome. Like I don't think that, but that like that's the bigger thing about whiteness. And again, it's not just the whiteness, it's just privilege in general. You know, I'm just calling it whiteness to put it in a simpler way, but like I'm a small like other like putting aside the race part, which how can I, you know? I'm a small streamer. He's a partner streamer, you know, like even if people knew about this or like they don't care enough to vouch for me or to try to defend me. They don't care enough about white supremacy, challenging white supremacy or challenging unjust hierarchies. They are unjust hierarchies. To call him out, you know, or to try to explain to him. And even then, even if he was to be explained and he was to you know acknowledge that he has this white supremacy complex, this privilege in general, like he might still be like, oh, but Steps still did a wrong thing, so I was justified in my actions, or you know, like he might still want to find a way to justify the fact that he banned me or that he saw me as an angry brown person. And the reason I'm saying specifically like angry brown person is because like in the thread I said those words specifically, and the person I called out literally said, "Are you calling me a racist?" So like it's like I don't know, are you calling yourself a racist? so yeah, you know. But yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like that's the thing about the creator economy. Like you don't want to push anyone's buttons. I mean, that's why I have burned bridges. Just like I call out people's whiteness. I call out, like, you know. So that's why I don't appear in certain streams anymore. Because I will call out people's whiteness, and people, instead of taking my side, which is technically like the correct side, the leftist side, the correct anti-racist side, etc., they take the side of the person who has more power because they are more comfortable there, you know? And that's just how the system works. Like, you are going to feel more comfortable in spaces where you know you are protected. And privilege is a protection, ultimately. And some people are willing to acknowledge that, and other people are not. Other people are not. And it's just as simple as that. And like, for example, there was a person who I would tell, just acknowledge your privilege, you know, and they would refuse to, always. Like, and this is a fucking, This is a person who calls themselves a Marxist. A Marxist-Leninist who calls themselves a leftist, who calls themselves anti-racist, etc., etc. You know, like, but they always refused to acknowledge their white privilege to me. You know, and it's like I don't know how else to read it other than this white person didn't want to like lower themselves to the brown person's level, you know, like, so yeah, like, that's just the system that we live in. And even then, like, as I said, like, I'm trying, like, I'm doing like this video as a form of catharsis, but also like I want to like make people understand that this is not because these are bad people or because this is like drama. Like, this is a systemic issue that hurts people, that on a macroscopic level literally kills people, genocides people, enables dehumanizing entire groups of people. You know? Like ultimately, David, at not caring to know my side and just seeing me as a villain because of a tweet, he's ultimately dehumanizing me. You know? Like I don't know how else to put it or explain it. Also, I'm talking about $27 in case someone like says I'm talking about another David. I'm talking about specifically $27. Just saying. But yeah. So like, for example, that's why, for example, I don't tend to cover right-wing content, but even when I cover it, I still try to put and highlight the fact that this is a systemic issue. Like, as much as Jordan Peterson, for example, is a fucking Nazi or whatever you want him to be, like, it's not because he's like a bad person. It's because we live in a system that literally breeds patriarchy and white supremacy, that indoctrinates people into these ideologies, and unless directly confronted and directly told, hey, these are wrong for these kinds of reasons, etc., like, people will keep living that way. This is why another reason, this is why it's disgusting when people say that conservatives don't deserve like healthcare or don't deserve basic necessities. And it's like, I get where you're coming from, but at the same time, they're still people. They are still like brainwashed by the system. It's not their fault. Like, and I know it's difficult to grapple with all of this sometimes, but like, you will have to eventually acknowledge these things, unless you just want to kill them, which I don't. Like, I don't want to kill people. Like, I might joke around sometimes, but it's like obviously not real. Like, even when I say I hate people, that is obviously not true, because I'm a fucking communist who wants liberation for everyone. I want literally everyone to have like access to healthcare, free education, free high quality education. Like, do you know what I mean? So even if you find a way to dissolve an ingredient away, there's going to be consequences. Yeah, and again, like, this is literally what, to put it in an economical level, this is what Xi Jinping is going through right now in China. Like Mao laid a socialist foundation, then Deng Xiaoping brought capitalist characteristics to China in a very limited way, very calculated. But even then, that introduction of the market caused a lot of contradictions and a lot of things moved around. And now Xi Jinping is trying to be like, okay, we need to like reduce the market here with like more social spending, social subsidies, etc., always limiting the market for it not to overflow. Like we were talking about, like we were literally talking about the housing market. Look at me, literally combining everything we talked about today. Someone should give me like something. Someone should subscribe. But like, you know, that is just life. Life is full of contradictions. I know, I'm a fucking nerd. I'm a fucking Marxist who loves theory. I'm sorry. Like, life is full of contradictions, and you just have to grapple with them and keep swimming and keep, you know, like. I mean, it's either that or, you know. And like, I might be depressed, but I'm not depressed enough to do that, you know? Hopefully, I don't know, it's very fucking hard sometimes. But yeah, that's life. And we just keep going. I don't know why I'm crying. But yeah, okay. I've been crying a lot today. So yeah, okay. Like, I will try to do it by Sunday, as I said, but it's been really hard, and it's like, and it's not like there are. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it is just a few people, but the fact that it's like around 6 people that I'm talking about is like very emotionally distressing. Like, it is a lot of emotional labor that I'm doing, so, you know, like, I will try to do it at most this month, for this month, but still, it's hard. But after that, I will try to do just political content. Like, I won't be emotionally torturing myself for content. You know what I mean? But yeah. Other than that, follow my Twitter. You know, I like, before we go, I will promote the tweet that I tweeted today. I mean, it is hard. Okay, so context for this tweet. Today I was going through the timeline of going through the profile of someone that I like, not look up to, but like respect politically. And then I saw that they had retweeted Jackson Hinkle. And then I saw that they had like quote tweeted someone tweeting about Jimmy Dore in a positive. And I just hate this like TYT Jimmy Dore dichotomy that some people are like entrapped into. Like they truly think it's either like the liberals at TYT or like the reactionaries like Jimmy Dore, and that's like literally the entire left. And like I get it, that's a lot of the online left. But at the same time, again, going back to you need theory. You need theory. You need like an ideology that is solid, that understands intersectionality and class war at the same time, you know, like I'm not going to talk about right now like the matrix of oppression, but fucking God, fucking Lord. Systemically, that's the whole point of them fighting with each other. I mean, literally, right? It's literally just distracting people from the real war. So I just tweeted, Jimmy Dore is a fucking sex pest. Cenk Uygur is a sex pest. Neither of these people are leftist. They are jokes to any movement. They don't have an ideology. They just do whatever is convenient to them in order to gain more capital. And I specifically use the word capital because it's not just money, it's social, political, and economical capital. They want clout, they want political power, and they want money. That is what capital means. Like, it is baffling to me how people who claim to have an ideology follow either of these two people. Like, not to even mention the fact that they are literally sex pests, both of them. Both of them. Like, I don't know why this isn't enough of a reason to like stop following anyone. I'm truly confused, perplexed. Why isn't this like the line where you just cut people off, you know? Like you can still acknowledge that TYT was like your starting point to the left, you know, like, but that doesn't mean that you later learn that he was a fucking sex pest, or that Ana Kasparian fucking hates houseless people, you know? So like, I don't know, it's not that complicated to understand. Just saying. But yeah. Okay, I have more videos to add to my watch later. Actually, should we end with a funny video? No, I don't have. It's okay. That sounded complicated to me, but I don't know, literally. Oh, I posted. Okay. I'm self-promoting too much right now.
Celia.
I posted a clip of the stream on TikTok. I mean, I posted it on the. It's not that difficult not to be problematic. Just saying. It is not that difficult to not be transphobic.
Being a perfect leftist is easy, actually.
Like, no one. Like, you are not oppressed because you can't be transphobic. Like, I'm so confused. Like, no, you don't have to say that the T slur. You don't have to say the N slur. You don't have to say any slurs for that matter. Have you thought about just being nice to people? Have you thought about, like, if they tell you, hey, these are my pronouns, you go, oh, okay. You know, like, I hate how people complain about, oh, I'm not a perfect leftist. Oh my god, everyone wants perfection. And it's like, you know, the line of perfection in the left is very fucking low. Don't be queerphobic. Don't be sexist. Don't be racist. I can't even say don't be ableist because, like, people don't even really care about that. So it's like, don't be racist, don't be queerphobic, don't be sexist, and that's it. That's it. I mean, be anti-ableist. That's my extra. You know, it's like, if you're anti-ableist, fuck me. But, like, you know, I mean, if you're ace, don't fuck me. It's okay. But also, everything consensual. You know what I mean? Like, people say, oh my god, I cannot be the perfect leftist. And it's like, you can. Actually, it is very fucking easy. And I understand it's not easy to everyone because people have been indoctrinated into the white supremacist patriarchy, Literally what I was talking about.
ableist, queerphobic system, and the US spreads propaganda and yada yada. But, like, try, you know, that's the most that I ask. Even, like, try. If someone tells
No,
you,
Judas,
hey, that's,
I
like,
am very
not
heterosexual.
kosher, that's, like, a bit
Arr.
problematic. Instead of being
Vaginas.
like, oh my god, I
Arr,
didn't say
yes.
anything. Oh my god, I didn't know. How dare you? Oh my god, you're literally oppressing me. You can just be like, oh my god, really? Oh, I'm sorry. I will stop saying that. I will delete my tweet. I will, you know, apologize. You know, like, it's not that difficult. It's not that difficult not to be problematic. Yeah.
Oh my god, the loop. Okay. It's actually really fucking easy. Just stop being racist, transphobic, queerphobic. People just don't want to. And this reply was like, wow. Yes. So yeah, I just wanted to highlight this reply because it's like, people just truly don't want to. People. I hate people. This is my antisocial arc. This is my Joker arc for real. But yeah. Now, because this video is fierce and I want to party with him during Pride. Okay, that doesn't deny the fact that that is a weird first message. Like, yeah. Okay. Also, I literally have a bisexual tag. Like, I don't know what to tell you. How are you, bestie? Okay, now you're making it weird. It's okay. Don't worry. It's okay, Judas. Welcome. That was a rough start, but we welcome you. Okay, fuck. Pinko, stop streaming, so I don't have anyone to raid. Do I have no one to raid? Really? I can't win. It's okay. Don't worry. Should we rate like a... Should we rate like a... A Russian communist? No, I need to go to just chatting. You know what? Chat. A pastor? Oh my god, no. Look, I mean, are they like pro LGBT? Because like, if they're not, I won't. You know, like that. I guess that could technically be a hate raid. So I don't want to like, you know. But yeah, I imagine they're superficially pro LGBT. Interesting. No, I'm not risking it. Orbis, if you want, like DM them to me so I can check them out later. But I don't feel comfortable. Okay. I will let you go, everyone. I will suggest to you all to just go to sleep. And yeah, I don't know. Okay. Oh, okay, Orbis. I'm sorry. I'm like, you know, autistic, not sleeping, but you should. Dorian, I feel like, well, we haven't talked about it, but this is an intervention. You should go to sleep. Actually, literally, Pinko is sleeping right now. Now you don't have an excuse. But yeah. Okay. Good night, everyone. I love you all. Also, oh yeah. Follow me on the stuff. I have a YouTube. This will probably be uploaded to YouTube in like different parts, because we had the housing segment and the China segment and the drama segment. I want to be uploading that. Don't worry. Yeah, there's my Discord. That's where I post when I go live, because I don't have a schedule. I will have a schedule because I will literally have a schedule. So, you know, that would help me schedule streams. But even then, you know, who knows? You know what? Who? Okay, who is a small streamer that you think people that I don't know that you think they should be more followed? I don't know. We should like rate their offline channel so you can follow them. I don't know. That's all I can think of. I mean, I can just end stream, but I don't know. It feels weird not rating. Have a schedule for as long as I've known you. Yes. Yes. And someday it will be true, you know? Someday. Not today. Probably next week. Actually, probably next week. Literally. You know what? No, I'm not going to rate Amy. Oh yeah, follow Amy. Kokero Kerem. I hope that is an actual streamer and not like something randomly that you're randomly saying. That is not how you... Okay. Are they like a Yu-Gi-Oh player? Wait, why am I... Why am I there? Hello? Oh my god. Okay, I just started following them. Have they been here? Like, have they been in a... They have been here. Many times, actually. They have 300 messages. Did they change their username? They changed their username, right? Oh, they streamed literally yesterday. Okay. Let's raid into their offline channel. Go follow Karam. I didn't know they streamed. Follow them. We love them. They've been here before. Yes. Yeah. Goodbye, everyone. I love you all. Thank you for being here, Orbis, Dorian, Sam, Orbis, Judas. If I didn't scare you, Boop. Muro, I think you are still allegedly lurking. And all the other lurkers. There, I will pretend that I don't know who you are, but I can see you in the list of users. I love you all. Take care. Okay, bye.